Hey everyone, tonight we're laying down something a little different, quite literally. We're heading back through history to explore what beds were like before mattresses, because long before memory foam and box springs, people were sleeping on straw, ropes, moss, and sometimes just a smooth patch of dirt if they were lucky. It wasn't always cosy, it wasn't always clean, but somehow people still managed to drift off under thatched roofs, open skies, or castle rafters. So before you're completely relaxed, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always comforting to see so many people winding down together from all over the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe pull the covers up just a little higher and settle in. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces. While not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly, this evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great times about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort, they helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. You'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what, I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept. a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called kleins, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek klein was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry, they made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mention these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognisable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialized bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, they were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centerpiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people, and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialized craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The Industrial Age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames and bedding through their catalogues, bringing Industrial Age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the industrial age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The industrial age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the industrial age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later, as I always do. When people today imagine King Arthur, they often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin, names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasising moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, there was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity, rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of scepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Fairy Queen, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of the Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of the contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role, spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date, or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend, not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Arthurian architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitised the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to bookbindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination. Translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a stream taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balanced these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampooned the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stewart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stewart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stewart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question, how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalisation. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone, if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Badon sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. Picture, if you will, the year 1564 in Stratford-upon-Avon, where the River Avon meanders like a drunken playwright searching for his next line. Here, in a timber-framed house that creaks like old bones, young William Shakespeare draws his first breath into a world that will spend the next 4 centuries arguing about whether he actually existed. The irony, dear listeners, is that existing was precisely his problem. Born to John Shakespeare, a glover whose hands shaped leather, but whose dreams shaped disappointment, William inherited more than just his father's trade aspirations. He inherited the crushing weight of middle-class respectability in an age when stepping outside your designated social box was like performing Hamlet without a script. John, you see, wasn't content with merely crafting gloves. He harboured municipal ambitions, becoming an alderman and eventually bailiff of Stratford. Success, however, proved as slippery as wet leather, and by the time young Will reached adolescence, the family's fortunes had tumbled faster than a poorly rehearsed death scene. The Shakespeare household echoed with the peculiar tension of fallen gentility, that special kind of misery reserved for families who remember better times while counting their remaining coins. John's financial troubles weren't merely about money, they were about identity. In Elizabethan England, your worth was measured not just by your purse, but by your position, and John's declining fortunes meant the family name carried the particular stigma of ambitious failure. Young William, blessed with what we now recognise as genius, but what his contemporaries might have called dangerous imagination, found himself trapped between his father's expectations and his own impossible dreams. Grammar school provided him with Latin, rhetoric, and a dangerous taste for stories that transported him far beyond Stratford's suffocating boundaries. However, the dual nature of education only served to stifle his provincial life, akin to attempting to encapsulate the vastness of the ocean within a tiny teacup. The boy who had become England's greatest writer spent his formative years watching his father's dreams crumble, while his own grew increasingly impossible. In a society where most people died within 20 miles of where they were born, William's imagination roamed freely through the ancient Rome, mythical Athens, and magical islands that existed nowhere but in his restless mind. This disconnect between inner vastness and outer limitation would haunt him throughout his life, the eternal struggle of the artist born into the wrong circumstances. But perhaps most cruelly, young Shakespeare possessed something that made his situation unbearable: talent. His talent was not the comfortable mediocrity that would have enabled him to follow his father's trade with contentment, but a blazing, undeniable gift that made ordinary life feel like wearing clothes several sizes too small. He could see the poetry in everyday speech, hear the music in casual conversation, and feel the dramatic potential in the mundane interactions of provincial life. This sensitivity, this capacity to elevate the ordinary to the extraordinary, served as both his greatest gift and his most enduring curse. The Stratford of Shakespeare's youth was a place where dreams were luxuries few could afford. Market days brought temporary excitement, travelling players occasionally provided glimpses of the wider world, but mostly life moved with the inexorable rhythm of seasonal agriculture and traditional expectations. For most residents, this predictability provided comfort. For young William, it felt like a gradual suffocation. He was born into a coop of contented chickens, and everyone wondered why he couldn't simply be satisfied with the available seeds. At 18, our future bard found himself ensnared in life's most common trap: biology. Anne Hathaway, 8 years his senior and already showing signs of their impending child, represented both salvation and imprisonment for young Shakespeare. Their marriage, hastily arranged in November 1582, solved one immediate problem while creating a dozen others, like using a beautiful bandage to cover a gaping wound. Anne, daughter of a prosperous Shottery farmer, brought to the union everything William lacked: maturity, practical knowledge, and the grounding influence of someone who understood that life required more than pretty words and soaring imagination. She also brought pregnancy, which in Elizabethan England meant marriage wasn't a choice but a moral imperative wrapped in social necessity. The wedding, conducted with unseemly haste, whispered of scandal in a society where reputation was currency and shame was bankruptcy. Within 2 years, the couple had 3 children, Susanna, followed by twins Hamlet and Judith. Suddenly, the dreamy young man who had spent his youth crafting sonnets in his head found himself responsible for 4 mouths to feed and a household to maintain. Fatherhood, that magnificent destroyer of artistic pretensions, descended upon Shakespeare like a plague of locusts, consuming his time, energy, and the luxury of self-contemplation. The irony was exquisite. The man who would write the most psychologically complex characters in literature found himself trapped in the most conventional of plots. Morning brought not inspiration, but the demands of crying babies. Evening arrived with exhaustion instead of creative energy, and the night hours that should have belonged to his muse were claimed by the basic requirements of survival. Anne, practical and patient, managed the household with competent efficiency, while William struggled to reconcile his soaring ambitions with the grinding reality of domestic responsibility. Money, that eternal antagonist in the drama of artistic aspiration, became an obsessive concern. Teaching, his most obvious career path, offered meagre compensation and a soul-crushing routine. The law, another possibility, required connections and capital he didn't possess. His father's glove-making trade promised steady income and social respectability, but the thought of spending his days shaping leather while his imagination withered felt like creative suicide. The young father found himself caught in the classic bind of the dreamer made practical. Every moment spent earning money was time stolen from his art. Yet without money, his family would starve and his dreams would become irrelevant luxuries. Anne, growing more practical with each passing day, began to view her husband's artistic inclinations with the barely concealed impatience of someone who understood that poetry didn't pay rent or put food on the table. Stratford, once merely confining, now felt like a velvet-lined coffin. The familiar streets that had nurtured his boyhood imagination now seemed to mock his trapped condition. He knew every face, every story, every possibility for advancement, and none of them included becoming the greatest writer in the English language. The provinces, he was learning, were designed for raising families and maintaining traditions, not for nurturing revolutionary genius. Yet amid this domestic imprisonment, something unexpected began to emerge. The very constraints that seemed to strangle his creativity began to teach him about human nature in ways his bachelor freedom never could. Watching his wife manage their household, observing his children develop their distinct personalities, and struggling with the daily negotiations of marriage, provided him with insights into character and a motivation that would later inform his greatest works. Forced to live among, understand, and depend upon real people, he was learning to write about them. Between 1585 and 1592, William Shakespeare vanished from historical record like a magician's assistant stepping behind a curtain, leaving scholars to debate his whereabouts with the fervour of theologians arguing about angels and pinheads. These lost years represent perhaps the most crucial period of his development, when the provincial family man somehow transformed into London's most promising playwright. The transformation, however, came at a cost that would echo through every subsequent triumph. The decision to leave Stratford required courage that bordered on madness. In the 1580s, London was a tumultuous mix of ambition, disease, creativity and violence, a city where people made and lost fortunes on a daily basis, where geniuses and charlatans interacted, and where the difference between success and destitution was measured in single performances. For a married man with 3 children, abandoning the security of provincial life for the uncertainties of the theatre world wasn't a romantic adventure, it was a potential catastrophe. Yet London's theatrical scene beckoned with irresistible allure. The playhouses, the theatre, the Curtain and the Rose were revolutionising entertainment, transforming drama from religious instruction into popular art. Here, writers like Christopher Marlowe were crafting plays that made audiences gasp with recognition and terror, while actors achieved fame that rivaled nobility. For Shakespeare, whose imagination had been cramped by the Stratford's limitations, London's theatres represented liberation from everything that had constrained his artistic development. The practical challenges were staggering. London's population had swollen to nearly 200,000, making it one of Europe's largest cities and certainly its most chaotic. Housing was scarce and expensive, food was often contaminated, and disease spread through crowded neighbourhoods with devastating efficiency. The plague, that recurring nightmare of Elizabethan life, could shut down theatres for months, leaving actors and writers without income and audiences without entertainment. Success required not just talent but survival, and survival demanded adaptability that few possessed. Shakespeare's entry into London's theatrical world likely began at the bottom, perhaps as a prompter, possibly as an actor in minor roles, certainly as someone willing to perform whatever tasks kept him near the creative energy he craved. The established playwrights, university-educated men like Marlowe, Greene and Nash, initially regarded this provincial interloper with suspicion and condescension. They possessed classical education, aristocratic connections, and the intellectual arrogance that comes from believing oneself naturally superior to one's competitors. The famous attack by Robert Greene, calling Shakespeare an upstart crow, revealed the complex social dynamics of Elizabethan theatre. Greene, dying in poverty despite his university education and literary reputation, resented Shakespeare's rapid rise through sheer talent and commercial instinct. The insult stung not because it was unfair, but because it contained an uncomfortable truth. Shakespeare was indeed an outsider, someone who had achieved through merit what others claimed by birthright. Yet this very outsider status became Shakespeare's greatest advantage. While his university-educated competitors wrote for their intellectual peers, Shakespeare understood ordinary audiences because he came from ordinary circumstances. He could craft entertainment that satisfied both groundlings and aristocrats because he possessed the rare ability to see human nature from multiple perspectives simultaneously. His provincial background, rather than limiting his vision, had taught him to observe and understand the full spectrum of human behaviour. The separation from his family, however, created wounds that never fully healed. Anne and the children remained in Stratford, supported by whatever money William could send from London's uncertain theatrical economy. Letters travelled slowly, visits were infrequent, and the growing distance between husband and wife extended far beyond mere geography. Anne was raising their children essentially as a single mother, while William was becoming someone she barely recognised. Successful, celebrated, but increasingly foreign to the man she had married. London's theatres in the 1590s operated under constant threat of closure, not from artistic failure but from biological catastrophe. The plague, that medieval horseman who refused to acknowledge the Renaissance, stalked Elizabethan England with particular fondness for crowded spaces where people gathered for entertainment. When death rates climbed, authorities shuttered playhouses faster than a negative review could close a modern production, leaving everyone connected to the theatre industry suddenly unemployed and searching for alternative income. Shakespeare experienced these closures as artistic and financial disasters that tested his commitment to theatrical life. During the prolonged closure of 1593 to 1594, when the plague killed over 10,000 Londoners, he turned to poetry as both a creative outlet and a potential income source. Venus and Adonis, his first published work, became the literary sensation of its time, establishing his reputation among educated readers who might never have attended his plays. Yet success in poetry, while gratifying, couldn't replace the immediate income and collaborative energy that theatre provided. The competitive landscape of Elizabethan drama was ruthlessly Darwinian. Playwrights stole plots, characters, and even entire speeches from each other with casual efficiency, creating an environment where originality was less important than effective adaptation. Shakespeare, who would later be criticised for borrowing most of his plots, was simply following industry practice. The real challenge wasn't finding source material but transforming it into something commercially viable and artistically satisfying. The task required not just literary skill but practical understanding of what audiences wanted and actors could deliver. Christopher Marlowe's death in 1593 removed Shakespeare's most formidable rival while creating a cautionary tale about the dangers of literary ambition. Marlowe, whose plays like Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine had redefined dramatic possibility, died under mysterious circumstances involving government spies, religious controversy, and tavern violence. His fate illustrated the precarious position of writers who attracted both fame and suspicion, particularly those whose works challenged established authority or explored dangerous ideas. Shakespeare's response to Marlowe's death revealed his practical wisdom. Rather than attempting to match Marlowe's rebellious intensity, he developed a more subtle approach that allowed him to explore controversial themes without attracting fatal attention. His villains became psychologically complex rather than theologically dangerous, and his political commentary remained sufficiently ambiguous to avoid treasonous interpretation. This careful navigation between artistic ambition and personal safety required constant vigilance and occasional artistic compromise. The formation of the Lord Chamberlain's Men in 1594 provided Shakespeare with the stability he had been seeking since arriving in London. As both shareholder and principal playwright for the company, he finally achieved the financial security that had eluded him throughout his youth. Yet this security came with its pressures. The company needed new plays regularly, audiences expected consistent quality, and competitors were always ready to steal successful innovations. Shakespeare found himself ensnared in a creative cycle that required constant output, all the while upholding artistic standards that escalated with each triumph. The Blackfriars Theatre controversy of 1596 demonstrated how quickly theatrical success could become a political liability. The company's attempt to establish an indoor theatre in a fashionable neighbourhood met fierce resistance from residents who considered actors morally contaminating influences. Legal battles and social criticism reminded Shakespeare that, despite his growing fame and fortune, society still regarded his profession with suspicion. He might write plays that entertained royalty, but he remained essentially a glorified vagabond in the eyes of respectable citizens. Personal tragedy struck in 1596 with the death of his son Hamlet, whose name would later echo through his father's greatest tragedy. The loss devastated Shakespeare in ways that his subsequent masterpieces only partially revealed. Hamlet's death represented not just parental grief but the collapse of dynastic hopes. In an age when family continuity depended on male heirs, losing his only son meant that all Shakespeare's success would ultimately prove ephemeral, his name surviving only through his artistic works rather than through living descendants. By 1600, William Shakespeare had achieved what few artists ever experience: recognition of his genius during his own lifetime. Hamlet, which premiered that year, established him not merely as a successful playwright, but as someone who had fundamentally changed what drama could accomplish. Yet success, that false friend of artists everywhere, brought complications that provincial obscurity had never threatened. Fame made him a target for criticism, envy, and the particularly vicious attacks reserved for those who rise above their supposed station. The weight of expectation became overwhelming. Every new play was measured against his previous achievements, and every innovation was scrutinised for signs of decline or betrayal of his established style. Audiences arrived at his premieres with predetermined judgments, and critics sharpened their quills for reviews that would either confirm or challenge his reputation. The spontaneous joy of creation, which had sustained him through his early struggles, became contaminated by awareness of his public role as England's premier dramatist. Financial success, while solving many practical problems, created new anxieties. Shakespeare's investments in property, his share in the Globe Theatre, and his growing wealth required management and protection. He found himself spending time on legal documents, property disputes, and business negotiations that had nothing to do with writing, but everything to do with preserving what his writing had earned. The artist who had once written purely for creative fulfillment now wrote partly to maintain an increasingly complex financial empire. The relationship with his family grew more strained with each passing year. Anne and the surviving children, Susanna and Judith, lived comfortable lives thanks to his success. But comfort couldn't bridge the emotional distance that his prolonged absences had created. He had become a stranger to his household, someone who visited rather than inhabited the domestic life he was supporting. His daughters grew up knowing their father primarily through his reputation and the money he sent, rather than through daily interaction and shared experience. London's social scene offered compensations, but also temptations that complicated his personal life. The theatre world provided intellectual stimulation and artistic collaboration, but it also exposed him to relationships and possibilities that couldn't be easily reconciled with his family obligations. The mysterious dark lady of his sonnets, whether real or fictional, represented the kind of passionate connection that his practical marriage had never provided. These relationships, whether consummated or merely imagined, created guilt and longing that enriched his art while complicating his life. The political climate under James I proved both more and less dangerous than under Elizabeth. The new king's fascination with witchcraft and Scottish history provided Shakespeare with material for Macbeth, while his interest in the theatre led to royal patronage that elevated the company's status. However, James's authoritarian tendencies and sensitivity to criticism required playwrights to navigate a more delicate balance between entertainment and sedition. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 created an atmosphere of suspicion that made any political commentary potentially dangerous. Shakespeare's response to these pressures was to retreat into increasingly complex artistic visions that satisfied his creative ambitions while maintaining his commercial viability. King Lear, Othello, and Macbeth represented the height of his tragic vision, plays that explored the darkest aspects of human nature while remaining sufficiently removed from contemporary politics to avoid censorship. Yet creating these masterpieces required emotional and psychological resources that left him increasingly drained. The artistic isolation that accompanied his success was perhaps the most difficult burden to bear. As his reputation grew, colleagues began treating him with a deference that made genuine collaboration difficult. Younger writers imitated his style rather than challenging his ideas, and actors sought his approval rather than offering creative input. The lonely authority of acknowledged mastery was replacing the collaborative spirit that had made theatre exciting. Recognition of his genius, while gratifying, also brought unwanted attention to his personal life and background. Critics questioned his education, scholars debated his sources, and rivals attacked his humble origins. Every aspect of his biography was scrutinised for evidence that might explain or diminish his achievements. The privacy he had once taken for granted became a luxury that his fame had permanently destroyed. Shakespeare, having written approximately 37 plays, gained widespread recognition as the greatest English dramatist of his generation by the year 1610. This recognition, however, came with the peculiar burden that haunts all artists who achieve legendary status during their lifetime: the impossible pressure to surpass their own previous achievements while maintaining the very qualities that made those achievements possible. Each new work was inevitably compared not just to contemporary competitors, but to his own masterpieces, creating a critical standard that grew more demanding with every success. The physical strain of continuous writing started to wear him out. Creating 2 plays annually, while maintaining his acting responsibilities and managing his business interests, required an output that would exhaust writers half his age. Once flowing with natural ease, the composition process became increasingly laborious as he struggled to find fresh approaches to familiar themes. The well of inspiration that had seemed inexhaustible during his 30s began showing signs of depletion as he approached 50. His later plays, The Winter's Tale, Cymbeline, and The Tempest, reflected this creative fatigue while simultaneously representing new artistic directions. These works, often called romances, combined elements of comedy and tragedy in ways that suggested either experimental boldness or diminished certainty about dramatic form. Contemporary audiences, expecting the clear generic boundaries of his earlier work, often responded with confusion rather than appreciation. Critics debated whether these plays represented artistic evolution or decline, a question that would persist for centuries. The relationship with his acting company grew increasingly complicated as younger performers and writers challenged his authority. The Lord Chamberlain's Men, renamed the King's Men under James I, had evolved from a collaborative enterprise into an institution where Shakespeare's preferences carried disproportionate weight. This power, while professionally advantageous, isolated him from the creative friction that had previously stimulated his best work. Collaboration became consultation, discussion became deference, and the democratic chaos of theatrical creation was replaced by the ordered but sterile hierarchy of established success. Personal relationships suffered under the weight of his public persona. Friends approached him differently, aware that casual conversation might later appear in his plays. Enemies multiplied as his success created resentment among those who felt overlooked or undervalued. Even his closest relationships became complicated by awareness of his fame and the potential benefits or dangers of association with him. The spontaneous human connections that had once nourished his understanding of character became increasingly artificial and self-conscious. The question of retirement began haunting his thoughts with growing insistence. Unlike modern artists who can live comfortably on royalties and residuals, Elizabethan playwrights earned money only through continued productivity. Stopping work meant accepting financial decline, yet continuing work was becoming increasingly difficult both physically and creatively. The prospect of returning permanently to Stratford offered rest and family reconciliation, but also threatened the artistic stimulation that had become essential to his identity. His health, never robust, began showing the effects of decades of London living. His constitution had suffered due to the city's polluted air, contaminated water, and periodic plague outbreaks. Contemporary medical knowledge offered little beyond bloodletting and herbal remedies, while the stress of constant productivity exacerbated whatever underlying conditions were developing. He began experiencing symptoms that modern doctors might recognise as heart disease or diabetes, but that Elizabethan physicians could neither diagnose nor treat effectively. The irony of his situation was exquisite. Having achieved everything he had dreamed of as a young man in Stratford, he found that success had created new forms of suffering that obscurity had never threatened. Fame brought scrutiny, wealth brought anxiety, artistic achievement brought creative pressure, and recognition brought isolation. The provincial boy who had fled Stratford to escape limitations discovered that success created different but equally confining constraints. His final complete play, The Tempest, served as both artistic summation and personal farewell to the theatrical world that had defined his adult life. Prospero's renunciation of magic seemed to mirror Shakespeare's own preparation for retirement from the stage, while the play's themes of forgiveness and reconciliation suggested his growing desire to resolve the conflicts that had shaped his career. The famous epilogue, asking the audience for their applause to set the magician free, carried obvious autobiographical resonance for a playwright contemplating his own liberation from the demands of public performance. William Shakespeare's return to Stratford in 1613 should have represented triumph, a provincial boy made good, coming home to enjoy the fruits of unprecedented literary success. Instead, it marked the beginning of his final act, a period marked by declining health, family tensions, and the peculiar melancholy that often accompanies the achievement of one's deepest ambitions. The man who had conquered London's theatrical world found himself struggling with questions that success couldn't answer and fame couldn't resolve. New Place, the grand house he had purchased to symbolise his risen status, felt more like a museum than a home. The rooms echoed with the absence of shared memories, their elegance a constant reminder of the years he'd spent away from those he was supposed to love most. Anne, now in her late 50s, had grown into a formidable household manager who ran their domestic affairs with efficient independence. The marriage that had begun with passion and continued through financial necessity had evolved into a polite arrangement between virtual strangers who happened to share a legal bond and two surviving daughters. His daughters, Susanna and Judith, represented both his greatest joy and his deepest disappointment. Susanna, the elder, had married well and produced the granddaughter who might carry forward something of his legacy. However, his awareness that female descendants couldn't preserve family names or inherit theatrical companies in their society complicated this comfort. Judith, who remained unmarried well into spinsterhood by Elizabethan standards, seemed to regard her famous father with a mixture of pride and resentment that he could never fully understand. His reputation followed him to Stratford, akin to a faithful yet burdensome dog. Visitors arrived regularly, seeking audiences with England's greatest playwright, turning his retirement into a series of performances that exhausted him more than his professional obligations ever had. Local dignitaries who had once ignored the Glover's son now competed for his attention and approval. The transformation from local boy to returning celebrity created a social dynamic that satisfied no one completely, least of all Shakespeare himself. His final collaborations with John Fletcher on Henry VIII and The Two Noble Kinsmen suggested both his ongoing creative vitality and his growing awareness of artistic mortality. Working with a younger playwright forced him to confront changes in theatrical taste and technique that his own work had helped inspire. Fletcher represented the next generation of dramatists who had learned from Shakespeare's innovations while developing their own approaches to character and language. The collaboration was professionally successful but personally difficult, reminding Shakespeare that even his artistic authority was ultimately temporary. The legal complications surrounding his will revealed the complex web of relationships and resentments that success had created. Decisions about property distribution became tests of family loyalty and social obligation. The famous bequest of his second-best bed to Anne has puzzled scholars for centuries, but it perfectly captured the mixture of affection, duty and distance that characterised their long partnership. Whether intended as insult or intimate gesture, the legacy reflected the ambiguous nature of their relationship and the impossibility of reducing complex human connections to simple legal formulas. His health deteriorated rapidly during the winter of 1615 to 1616, though the exact nature of his illness remains mysterious. Contemporary accounts suggest fever and weakness, symptoms that could indicate anything from influenza to heart disease to the various infections that regularly claimed Elizabethan lives. Modern medical speculation has proposed everything from syphilis to brain tumours, but the diagnosis matters less than the irony of England's greatest writer dying, while still at the height of his creative powers. The final weeks brought visitors seeking wisdom, benedictions, or simply the bragging rights of having spoken with the famous playwright. Shakespeare received them with diminishing energy but characteristic grace, offering insights into his craft while carefully avoiding the kind of personal revelations that might compromise his meticulously constructed public image. Even approaching death, he remained conscious of his reputation and concerned about how his legacy would be interpreted by future generations. He died on April the 23rd, 1616, possibly on his 52nd birthday, though Elizabethan record-keeping makes precise dating impossible. The date itself appeared appropriate, for a man whose life had been characterised by dramatic timing and poetic coincidence. His passing prompted immediate elegies from fellow writers who recognised that English literature had lost its greatest practitioner, while also creating space for new voices to emerge from his enormous shadow. The inscription on his tomb in Stratford's Holy Trinity Church, "Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here," reflected his final concern about privacy and posthumous dignity. The curse against grave robbers, whether composed by Shakespeare himself or by someone who knew his fears, proved remarkably effective. His remains stayed undisturbed while his reputation grew to proportions that would have astonished and possibly horrified the man who had simply wanted to write good plays and support his family. The true tragedy of William Shakespeare's life wasn't that he failed to achieve his dreams, but that achieving them revealed how insufficient even the greatest success could be when measured against human longing for connection, understanding and lasting meaning. He became immortal through his words while remaining painfully mortal in his need for love, recognition and the simple satisfactions of domestic happiness. His genius elevated him above his contemporaries while isolating him from the very human experiences that had inspired his greatest works. In the end, Shakespeare's life embodied the central paradox of artistic achievement. The qualities that made him a brilliant writer, sensitivity, imagination, emotional depth, and intellectual curiosity, also made ordinary life extraordinarily difficult. He achieved success beyond all reasonable expectations, yet the consequences of his success haunted him. His plays have outlived the civilization that produced them, but the man who wrote them, experienced the same struggles with love, death, ambition and disappointment that define human experience across all centuries. The boy from Stratford, who dreamed of escaping provincial limitations, succeeded beyond his wildest imagination, only to discover that success created its own forms of imprisonment. His victory over obscurity was complete, but the triumph, as his tragedies consistently demonstrated, often proves indistinguishable from defeat. William Shakespeare achieved his aspirations and discovered, regrettably, that achieving what he desired often marked the beginning rather than the conclusion of life's most challenging issues. Perhaps that's why his works continue to resonate. Not because he found answers to life's essential questions, but because he lived those questions so completely that his art became an eternal meditation on the beautiful impossibility of human satisfaction. He sucked at being William Shakespeare precisely because he turned out to be humanly impossible, and in that impossibility, he created something genuinely immortal. Let's slip quietly into the past and find ourselves among ink-stained fingertips and the whispered rustle of papyrus. This is what it was like to be a librarian in ancient Alexandria. You wake up before dawn in your small quarters behind the Great Library of Alexandria, and the first thing you notice is that Mediterranean humidity clinging to everything. Your simple tunic feels damp already, and you haven't even stepped outside yet. This is your life now. You're the chief librarian of the most important collection of knowledge in the known world, yet you find yourself worried about sweaty clothes. The roosters are doing their thing across the city, but you've got bigger concerns than poultry. Today, like every day for the past 3 years, you need to figure out how to organise roughly 400,000 scrolls without losing your mind. And trust me, some days that second part feels harder than the first. You splash water on your face from the basin by your bed. The water's been sitting there since yesterday, but it'll have to do. Palace life this isn't. You're more like a very educated custodian who happens to know 7 languages and can debate philosophy with the best of them. Your mother back in Athens still doesn't quite understand what you do for a living. You read scrolls all day? She asks in her letters. Well, yes, but also no. It's complicated. The morning light filters through the small window, creating long shadows that cover your workspace. You've got 3 scrolls open on your desk from last night's cataloguing session. One scroll is a treatise on astronomy, written by a fellow from Babylon. Another contains a collection of medical procedures that could make your stomach turn. And the third is a philosophical work that is either brilliant or complete nonsense. You're still deciding. Your assistant, Marcus, won't arrive for another hour. He's a talented kid, enthusiastic about learning, but he has this unfortunate habit of dropping things, important things. Last week it was a scroll about engineering principles that took 2 scribes 3 months to copy. You heard it hit the floor from 3 rooms away and felt your soul leave your body for a moment. You pull on your sandals and head toward the main hall. The library at this hour is peaceful, almost sacred. No scholars arguing about whether Homer was 1 person or 7, no politicians demanding to see maps of territories they're planning to conquer, and no physicians debating whether the heart or the brain controls human emotion. It's just you, the scrolls, and the gentle sound of your footsteps on the marble. The smell hits you first, papyrus, ink, and that particular mustiness that comes from housing hundreds of thousands of written works in a building near the sea. It's not unpleasant exactly, it's become the smell of home. Your friends back in Athens think you're crazy for leaving a perfectly good teaching position to come manage a library, but they don't understand the magic of having all this knowledge in one place. You light the oil lamps in your section and start your daily routine. First, check for any scrolls that might have been damaged causes significant damage to papyrus. And you have honed your ability to identify, you've learned to spot the early signs of deterioration. A scroll that's perfectly fine one day can be crumbling the next if you're not careful. You've developed what you call papyrus paranoia, constantly checking, touching and adjusting. Next, you review the request that came in yesterday. A scholar from Rome wants everything you have on Egyptian burial practices. A merchant from Syria needs maps of trade routes to India. A young student is looking for anything about mathematics that doesn't make his head hurt. You make notes about where to find these materials, knowing that the finding part is often more challenging than the knowing part. The library's organisation system is your invention, born from necessity and refined through trial and error. If you're being honest, it's mostly through trial and error. You have organised the items by subject, then by region, and finally by author, but only when you know the authorship of each item. It works most of the time, but sometimes you'll spend half a day looking for a scroll that turns out to be where it should be, just not where you thought. By the time the sun is properly up, your first visitors start arriving. Today's crowd is typical, a mix of serious scholars, curious travellers, and the occasional person who's clearly just trying to get out of the heat. You've learned to distinguish between them pretty quickly. The serious scholars arrive with specific questions and infinite patience. They'll spend hours reading, taking notes, and asking thoughtful questions. You enjoy working with them, even when their questions send you scrambling through sections you haven't visited in months. Today's first scholar is a middle-aged woman from Crete who's researching ancient cooking methods. She's particularly interested in how different cultures preserved meat, which sounds mundane until you realise she's trying to solve practical problems for sea voyages. You guide her to the domestic arts section, which is tucked between agriculture and animal husbandry. She settles in with a stack of scrolls and a wax tablet for notes, and you know you won't hear from her again until the sun starts setting. Scholars like her are a librarian's dream. They know what they want, they're careful with the materials, and they clean up after themselves. The curious travellers are more challenging. They want to see the famous library, but don't have specific research needs. They are essentially tourists, even though the term tourist has not yet been coined. You've developed a standard tour that covers the highlights without getting too deep into the organisational details that would bore them. You show them the astronomy section, point out some of the more impressive medical texts, and always end with the poetry collection because people seem to like that. Today's tourist is a merchant from Gaul who's heard about Alexandria's reputation for learning. He speaks passable Greek and appears genuinely interested, as he asks questions about how you acquire new texts and if you have any from his homeland. You don't, unfortunately, but you make a note to ask the next trader from that region to bring back anything written. Building a universal collection means being opportunistic about sources. Then there are the heat seekers. Alexandria's summer is brutally hot, and the library is one of the few places in the city that stays relatively cool. The thick walls and high ceilings create a natural refuge, and you've learned to tolerate the people who come in just to escape the sun. As long as they're quiet and don't touch anything, you let them stay. Around midday, you get a visitor who doesn't fit any of your usual categories. He's well dressed, speaks with the accent of the educated classes, and claims to be researching the nature of knowledge itself. His claim sounds impressive until you realise he's one of those philosophers who likes to ask questions that don't have answers. What is the difference between knowing something and understanding it? He asks. You want to tell him that right now, the difference is that you understand he's going to make your day more complicated than it needs to be. You set him up in the philosophy section with some basic texts, and hope he'll get absorbed in reading instead of pestering you with unanswerable questions. Philosophy is important, you know that, but you've got practical problems to solve. The confusion between your astronomy and mathematics scrolls arises from the apparent inability of ancient scholars to differentiate between the two disciplines. Marcus arrives during the lunch hour, apologetic about being late but carrying news from the harbour. A ship from Rhodes has arrived with a cargo that includes several scrolls the captain is willing to trade. This is how you acquire a lot of your collection, through trade, purchase, and the occasional generous donation from scholars who want their work preserved. You send Marcus to negotiate with the ship's captain while you handle the afternoon crowd. The afternoon people are different from the morning people. They're often local residents who've finished their daily work and want to spend time reading for pleasure. We've got a regular crowd of Alexandria residents who come in to read poetry, browse the historical texts, or just sit quietly with a scroll about gardens or cooking. One of your regulars is an elderly man named Demetrius, who worked as a scribe before his hands got too shaky for detailed work. He comes in most afternoons to read military histories, particularly accounts of Alexander the Great's campaigns. He fought in some of those battles as a young man, and he enjoys comparing his memories with the official accounts. Sometimes he'll mutter corrections to the scrolls, which would be amusing if you weren't worried about other people overhearing and thinking your collection contained errors. The afternoon brings one of your favourite parts of the job, though it's also one of the most stressful. Marcus returns from the harbour with news about the Rhodes scrolls, and you must decide what to buy and how much to pay. This stage is where your job becomes part scholarship, part negotiation, and part detective work. The captain has brought 5 scrolls, and he's willing to let you examine them before making an offer. 3 of the scrolls are copies of works you already possess, but this isn't necessarily a problem. Multiple copies are valuable, especially when your existing versions are showing wear, but you need to compare them to see if these new copies might have different versions of the text, additional passages, or corrections that make them worth acquiring. The 4th scroll is something you've never seen before, a treatise on navigation techniques used by Egyptian sailors. This material is potentially valuable since your collection has very little practical maritime knowledge. The 5th scroll is the real prize, a collection of mathematical problems and solutions that appears to be original work by a scholar from Rhodes, whose name you recognise from other texts. You spend an hour examining each scroll, checking for damage, authenticity and content quality. The navigation scroll has some water damage but is still readable. The mathematics scroll is in excellent condition but expensive. The captain knows what he has and isn't going to let it go cheaply. Negotiating for scrolls requires a delicate balance. You can't appear too eager, or the price will go up, but you can't be too casual either, or you might lose the opportunity entirely. You've learned to ask questions that demonstrate your knowledge without revealing exactly how interested you are. Interesting approach to star navigation, you might say, while examining a scroll. Though I notice the author doesn't address the seasonal variations that most sailors consider essential. The captain is experienced at this game too. He mentions casually that another library in Pergamon has expressed interest in the mathematics scroll. The statement might be true, or it might be a negotiating tactic. Either way, it adds pressure to your decision-making process. You end up purchasing the navigation scroll and the mathematics scroll, plus one of the duplicates, because it contains marginalia that might be interesting to scholars. The total cost will put a dent in your quarterly budget, but good materials are worth the investment. You arrange for the scrolls to be delivered to the library the next morning, after you've had time to prepare proper storage for them. While you're handling the acquisition, Marcus is dealing with a different kind of challenge. A group of visiting scholars from Pergamon has arrived, and they're not here for friendly research. They're conducting what amounts to competitive intelligence, trying to determine what Alexandria has that they don't. Libraries in the ancient world are prestige projects for their cities, and there's definitely rivalry between major collections. The Pergamon scholars are polite but persistent. They want to know about your acquisition practices, your cataloguing methods, and particularly your sources for rare texts. You can't be openly hostile. Scholarly cooperation is important, and you might need favours from them someday. But you also can't give away information that might compromise Alexandria's competitive advantages. You decide to give them the standard tour, emphasising the size and scope of your collection, without getting into specifics about rare or unique items. You show them impressive but not irreplaceable texts, and you make sure they understand that Alexandria's real strength is the comprehensiveness of the collection rather than any particular treasures. One of the visiting scholars asks about your medical texts, which makes you nervous. Alexandria has the best medical collection in the world, including some unique surgical procedures and anatomical observations. You show them some of the more common medical works while steering them away from the truly valuable items. The visit ends cordially, with polite expressions of mutual respect and vague promises to share information in the future. You're sure they learned more than you wanted, but less than they hoped. This kind of diplomatic balancing act is part of the job you never expected when you took the position. As the Pergamon delegation leaves, you notice that one of them spent a lot of time looking at your organisational system. Libraries are starting to copy each other's methods, which is flattering but also concerning. You've put a lot of thought into your cataloguing approach, and you prefer to keep some of those innovations in Alexandria. As the day winds down, you face one of the constant challenges of library management, the scholars who want to work late into the night. Oil for lamps is expensive, and keeping the building properly lit after sunset requires careful planning. But serious research often requires extended hours, and turning away dedicated scholars would damage Alexandria's reputation. You've developed an informal system for late-night access. Scholars who demonstrate serious research needs can request permission to work after normal hours, but they need to provide their oil and commit to following strict safety procedures. Fire is your greatest fear. One careless moment with a lamp could destroy centuries of accumulated knowledge. Tonight's late-night scholar is a physician from Syria who's researching eye diseases. He's been working on a treatise about surgical procedures for treating cataracts, and he needs to compare different approaches described in your medical collection. This is exactly the kind of work that justifies extended hours, practical research that could help people. You set him up in a corner of the medical section with clear instructions about lamp safety and scroll handling. He's worked here before, so you trust him to be careful. Still, you'll check on him periodically throughout the evening to make sure everything's going smoothly. While he settles in with his research, you tackle one of your least favourite but most necessary tasks, inventory management. Every few months you need to conduct a systematic review of the collection, checking for damaged scrolls, missing items, and organisational problems. It's tedious work, but essential for maintaining the collection's integrity. Tonight you're working on the astronomy section, which has been growing rapidly thanks to active scholarly interest in celestial observations. The problem is that astronomy overlaps with mathematics, navigation, and even medicine, so you're constantly deciding whether scrolls belong in this section or somewhere else. You discover 3 misshelved scrolls, likely the result of well-intentioned scholars attempting to reassign materials to the incorrect locations. This is an ongoing challenge. Individuals often believe that placing scrolls in roughly the correct area is beneficial, but it actually increases your workload. You've learned to check the most obvious wrong locations when you can't find something where it should be. The real discovery tonight is a scroll that you thought was lost. It's a treatise on predicting eclipses that disappeared from the astronomy section 3 months ago. You finally find it wedged behind some mathematical texts, probably knocked back there accidentally. Finding it brings immense relief, as the loss of irreplaceable materials is a librarian's greatest concern. Around midnight, you take a break to check on the Syrian physician. He's made excellent progress and has several wax tablets covered with notes. More importantly, he's been careful with the lamp and has kept his workspace organised. You bring him some water and a small meal, partly out of hospitality, and partly to give yourself an excuse to verify that everything's still under control. He's excited about his research and wants to share his findings. Apparently he's discovered that 3 different medical traditions have developed similar but slightly different approaches to cataract surgery. By comparing them, he thinks he can develop an improved technique that combines the best elements of each approach. This is why the library matters. It's not just about preserving knowledge, but about enabling new discoveries through the combination of different sources. You listen to him intently, but part of your focus is on the lamp flame and the scrolls around his desk. Scholarly enthusiasm is wonderful, but it can make people careless about practical safety concerns. You've learned to balance encouragement with gentle reminders about being careful. As you return to your inventory work, you reflect on how much your job has changed since you started. Initially, you thought you'd spend your time reading and discussing ideas with visiting scholars. The reality involves much more practical management, tracking materials, negotiating acquisitions, maintaining building security, and dealing with the endless logistics of keeping a large collection accessible to researchers. But nights like this remind you why the work matters. the Syrian physician will return home with new knowledge that could improve medical treatment for his patients. The scholar from Crete will develop better food preservation techniques that could make sea voyages safer. The mathematics scroll you acquire today might contain insights that inspire new discoveries. You're not just managing a collection, you're supporting a network of knowledge that spans the known world. The next morning brings a challenge you've been dreading. A visit from government officials who want to discuss the library's role in supporting Alexandria's political interests. This is the delicate dance you perform regularly, maintaining the library's scholarly independence while satisfying the political authorities who fund your operations. The delegation includes a representative from the royal court, a military officer, and a trade official. They're polite but clearly have an agenda. The royal representative explains that Alexandria is negotiating a treaty with a neighbouring kingdom, and they need information about that region's military capabilities, natural resources, and trade relationships. This puts you in an awkward position. The library contains exactly the information they're seeking: military histories, geographical surveys, and economic analyses. But providing this information for political purposes feels like a betrayal of the scholarly trust that makes your collection possible. Scholars share their knowledge with you because they believe it will be used for learning, not for political advantage. You navigate this carefully, explaining that you can provide access to publicly available information, but cannot conduct targeted intelligence research. You offer to show them relevant materials and let them draw their own conclusions, but you won't compile reports or make recommendations. This arrangement satisfies their immediate needs while preserving your scholarly neutrality. The military officer is particularly interested in your maps and geographical texts. You show him some general materials about the region in question, but you avoid mentioning the detailed military surveys that are kept in a restricted section. You know to be careful about what you share, as some information is too sensitive for the public. The trade official wants information about commercial routes and market conditions. This is easier to provide since much of this information is contained in travel accounts and merchant records that are genuinely scholarly in nature. You spend an hour helping him locate relevant materials, and he seems satisfied with what he finds. After the officials leave, you deal with a different kind of political challenge. A group of local religious leaders has requested a meeting to discuss some of the materials in your collection. They're concerned about texts that present alternative religious viewpoints or challenge traditional beliefs. This is always a sensitive issue in a diverse city like Alexandria, where different cultural and religious traditions coexist. You meet with them in your office, serving wine and trying to keep the conversation friendly. Their leader explains that they're not asking you to remove materials, but they want to ensure that potentially controversial texts are clearly identified so that people can make informed decisions about what to read. The request seems reasonable on the surface, but you're wary of anything that might lead to censorship or restricted access. You explain that the library's mission is to preserve knowledge from all sources and traditions, and that scholarly inquiry requires exposure to different viewpoints. You offer to work with them to develop better descriptions of controversial materials, but you stress that you won't restrict access to legitimate scholarly resources. The conversation remains cordial, but you can sense underlying tensions. Some of the religious leaders are clearly uncomfortable with the idea that their beliefs might be challenged by alternative viewpoints. Others appear more concerned with accurately representing their own traditions within the collection. You pledge to scrutinise the descriptions of various religious and philosophical traditions in your catalogues, seeking to offer more impartial and precise information. Meanwhile, Marcus is dealing with a practical political problem. A wealthy merchant has offered to donate a significant collection of scrolls to the library, but he wants his name prominently displayed and expects special recognition for his generosity. This kind of patronage is important for your funding, but it creates complications when donors try to influence how their contributions are used. You review the proposed donation with Marcus. The scrolls are valuable, mostly historical and literary works that would enhance your collection. But the merchant's terms include rules on how to display the materials and who can access them. You're willing to acknowledge his generosity publicly, but you can't accept limitations on scholarly access. You arrange a meeting with the merchant for the following week, planning to negotiate terms that satisfy his desire for recognition while preserving the library's principles. This kind of diplomacy is an increasingly important part of your job as the library's reputation grows and attracts more high-profile supporters. The afternoon brings a different kind of political challenge when two rival scholars arrive to research the same topic. They're both working on histories of recent military campaigns, and they clearly see each other as competitors rather than colleagues. You need to provide equal access to both while preventing their rivalry from disrupting other scholars' work. You set them up in different sections of the historical materials, ensuring that each has access to the resources they need without forcing them to work in close proximity. Additionally, you ensure that they comprehend the importance of resolving any disputes regarding interpretation or methodology outside the library. You dedicate your space to research, not to scholarly disputes. Late in the afternoon, you're cataloguing a recently acquired collection when you make a discovery that reminds you why you love this work. Hidden among a stack of routine administrative documents is a scroll that contains what appears to be a lost work by a philosopher you've studied for years. The text is fragmentary and the papyrus is badly damaged, but enough remains to suggest that this could be a significant find. Your hands shake slightly as you examine the scroll. If this is authentic, it could change scholarly understanding of this philosopher's work. But authenticating ancient texts is complex, requiring careful analysis of writing styles, material composition, and historical context. You'll need to consult experts and compare this text with other known works before making any claims about its significance. You carefully wrap the scroll in protective cloth and place it in a secure storage area. Tomorrow you'll begin the process of detailed examination, but tonight you want to savour the excitement of discovery. These moments are rare. Most of your acquisitions are routine additions to existing knowledge rather than genuine surprises. The discovery reminds you of why scholars are willing to travel hundreds of miles to work in Alexandria. Your collection contains not just the well-known works that exist in multiple copies, but also unique materials that can't be found anywhere else. Some of these items arrive through careful acquisition, but others are accidental discoveries like tonight's find. As you're securing the scroll, Marcus approaches with news about the Syrian physician who worked late last night. He's completed his research and wants to leave a copy of his notes for future scholars working on similar problems. This is one of the ways your collection grows. Scholars contribute their own research findings to supplement the existing materials. You review his notes, which are detailed and well organised. He's documented his sources carefully and explained his reasoning clearly. This kind of contribution is valuable because it shows how existing knowledge can be synthesized and applied to practical problems. You'll add his notes to the medical section with proper attribution. The evening brings your weekly meeting with the other senior staff members. There are 4 of you responsible for different aspects of library operations: collections, building maintenance, security, and external relations. These meetings help coordinate your activities and address problems before they become serious issues. Tonight's main topic is the growing space problem. The collection is expanding faster than the building can accommodate it, and you're running out of room for new acquisitions. Several solutions are under consideration, including expanding the existing structure, establishing satellite collections, or implementing more selective acquisition policies. Each option has advantages and drawbacks. Expansion would be expensive and disruptive to ongoing operations. Satellite collections would reduce the library's effectiveness by scattering related materials across multiple locations. More selective acquisition would limit the collection's comprehensiveness, which is one of Alexandria's main competitive advantages. You advocate for expansion, arguing that the short-term costs are justified by the long-term benefits of maintaining a comprehensive collection. The building maintenance supervisor worries about the structural challenges of adding new wings to the existing structure. The security chief is concerned about protecting a larger facility with the same number of guards. The external relations manager reports that several wealthy patrons have expressed interest in funding expansion projects in exchange for naming rights to new sections. The arrangement could solve the funding problem while creating new political complications. You'll need to balance donor recognition with scholarly independence. No decisions are made tonight, but you agree to develop detailed proposals for each option. These will be presented to the Royal Court for final approval, since major changes to the library require governmental support. You hope the decision-makers understand that the library's value to Alexandria depends on its ability to continue growing and adapting to scholarly needs. After the meeting, you spend time reviewing acquisition requests that have accumulated during the day. Scholars and collectors regularly contact you about materials they're willing to sell or donate. Each request requires evaluation of the material's quality, relevance to your collection, and authenticity. As your day winds down, you find yourself in the quiet astronomy section, surrounded by scrolls that map the movements of stars and planets. The evening light filtering through the high windows creates long shadows across the reading tables, and you can hear the distant sounds of Alexandria settling into night, merchants closing their shops, families gathering for dinner, ships creaking in the harbour. You're checking on a scroll that's been giving you trouble. It's a treatise on planetary movements that arrived last month from a scholar in Babylon, but the mathematical calculations don't match other works on the same subject. Either this scholar has made errors, or he's discovered something that challenges existing astronomical theory. Determining which is the case requires careful comparison with other sources, and possibly consultation with mathematicians. This is the kind of problem that makes your job intellectually satisfying. You're not just organising and preserving knowledge, you're helping to advance it by identifying inconsistencies, comparing different approaches, and facilitating the scholarly discussions that lead to new discoveries. The library isn't just a repository, it's an active participant in the creation of knowledge. As you work, you notice that the astronomer section has become popular with a new type of visitor, practical navigators who use star positions for sea travel. They're less interested in theoretical astronomy than in accurate, usable information about celestial navigation. This scenario creates an interesting challenge for your organisation system, since the same information serves both scholarly and practical purposes. You plan to discuss this with Marcus tomorrow. Perhaps you need to create cross-references that help different types of users find relevant materials without disrupting the logical organisation of the collection. The library's success depends on its ability to serve diverse needs while maintaining scholarly integrity. The building grows quieter as evening approaches. Most scholars have finished their work for the day, and the few remaining researchers are settling into focused study. You enjoy these peaceful hours when the library feels most sacred, a temple to human curiosity and learning. You think about the scroll you discovered earlier, the one that might be a lost philosophical work. Tomorrow you'll begin the careful process of authentication, but tonight you're content to know that it's safely stored and waiting for proper examination. Whether it proves to be a significant discovery or just an interesting curiosity, it represents the ongoing adventure of scholarly exploration. Your work continues long after the sun sets. By lamplight, you review the day's activities and plan tomorrow's priorities. The Syrian physician has left detailed notes about his research. The visiting scholars from Pergamon have departed with polite expressions of gratitude. The government officials have the information they needed. The religious leaders have received your promise to review the catalogue descriptions. The wealthy merchant's donation awaits negotiation. Each interaction represents a different aspect of your role as keeper of Alexandria's intellectual treasures. You're simultaneously a scholar, a diplomat, a negotiator, and a guardian. The work is more complex than you anticipated when you accepted the position, but it's also more rewarding than you imagined. As you prepare to lock up the library for the night, you walk through the main hall one more time. The oil lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls lined with scrolls, creating an atmosphere of mystery and possibility. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to support the advancement of human knowledge. You've learned that being a librarian in ancient Alexandria isn't just about organising information, it's about nurturing the intellectual curiosity that drives human progress. Every scroll you acquire, every scholar you assist, and every problem you solve contributes to the vast network of learning that connects thinkers across cultures and centuries. The work will continue as long as humans are curious about the world. Tonight, you're satisfied knowing that you've played a small but important role in keeping the flame of knowledge burning brightly in this remarkable city by the sea. You blow out the last lamp, secure the doors, and head to your quarters. Outside, Alexandria sleeps under a canopy of stars that your astronomical scrolls have helped humans understand just a little bit better. Tomorrow will bring new questions, new discoveries, and new opportunities to serve the endless human quest for knowledge and understanding. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. Her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasized personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself in an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families, building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterise the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasised personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmanoeuvred him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour, while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her Governor of the Realm and Captain General of the Armed Forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the king's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes, arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentales. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticised clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Sacerdotal saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow, Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the levirate principle in Deuteronomy 21:5, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called exceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did, writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis, the Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's two dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuis called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly blackwork, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiere, altar frontals, that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarised English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less-known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. Architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own. James Madison was born on March the 16th, 1751, at Belle Grove, his maternal grandparents' estate in the Virginia colony. His parents, James Madison Sr. and Nellie Conway Madison, soon settled the family on a plantation called Mount Pleasant, later renamed Montpelier in Orange County. From a young age, the boy showed an aptitude for quiet observation. While many in the region prized physical feats of hunting or riding, young Madison was introspective, devouring books whenever possible. The plantation environment shaped Madison's outlook. His family used enslaved labour, as did most large Virginia estates, embedding him early in the complexities of an agrarian system reliant on bondage. Madison's father was a leading figure in local affairs, passing on a sense that civic duty was integral to a landowner's life. But overshadowing these local routines was the broader tension between the colonies and Britain. By the time Madison reached adolescence, the fervour for rights and representation had begun simmering throughout the 13 colonies. His formal education commenced locally, though for advanced training, his father sent him to the boarding school of Donald Robertson, known for rigorous classical curricula. There, Madison honed his Latin and Greek. He later studied under a private tutor who introduced him to Enlightenment writings, fueling a deep fascination with political philosophy. This intellectual grounding set him apart from many peers who aimed for more practical pursuits. In 1769, he entered the College of New Jersey, later Princeton University, drawn by its reputation for scholarly seriousness. At Princeton, Madison crammed a 4-year course into 2, exhausting himself in the process. He delved into moral philosophy, logic, mathematics, and theology. Under the influence of the college's president, John Witherspoon, a staunch advocate of Republican ideals, Madison absorbed radical notions about citizen virtue and structured government. After graduating in 1771, Madison continued to study Hebrew and political theory independently, developing a habit of solitary reading. Physically, he was often frail, plagued by periodic seizures or severe headaches. This delicate health contributed to a introspective demeanour, contrasting with the more robust images of early American patriots like George Washington. Returning to Virginia in 1772, Madison found the colony edging toward confrontation with Britain. The Boston Tea Party had inflamed tensions, and Parliament's retaliatory measures sparked colonial outrage. Though shy in large gatherings, Madison aligned with those who believed the colonies deserved self-governance. At local committees in Orange County, he offered calm but pointed arguments on imperial overreach. This local activism grew into a seat in the Virginia Convention of 1776, where leading lights of revolution assembled. At the convention, delegates hammered out Virginia's first constitution and a Declaration of Rights. Madison found himself overshadowed by older luminaries like George Mason and Patrick Henry, but his pen soon proved influential. He successfully campaigned for a slight revision to Mason's draft, ensuring broader language about religious liberty. This incident was a telling moment. The young legislator, though reserved, was ready to push for expanded freedoms. His pursuit of robust conscience rights would become a defining thread through his political life. As war began, Madison did not serve directly as a soldier. His health was fragile, and he lacked the physical vigour for extended campaigns. Instead, he contributed behind the scenes, working on local committees that coordinated supply lines and militia organisation. He believed that a stable home front, bound by sound governance, was essential to support the Continental Army's efforts. Throughout the Revolutionary War, he remained primarily in Virginia, developing legislative expertise. In 1777, Madison's political fortune stumbled briefly when he lost a bid for re-election to the Virginia House of Delegates. Why? Some say constituents wanted a representative who would supply them with free liquor at gatherings, a common practice then. Madison, on principle, refused. Yet he soon rebounded, securing an appointment to the Governor's Council of State, where he advised on wartime decisions. This role provided him with a broader view of the Confederation's precarious unity, fueling concerns that the states lacked cohesion. Thus, by the war's midpoint, James Madison was forging a reputation not as a battlefield hero, but as a methodical intellect, devoutly committed to Republican ideals. His quiet style and scholarship contrasted with the fiery oratory of more visible patriots. Yet among those who worked closely with him, he was recognized as a serious thinker. The tapestry of conflict and emergent governance gave him a laboratory to test his ideas. He already suspected that a mere alliance of states would be insufficient for post-war stability. The impetus for a stronger union simmered in his mind, setting the stage for his future role as father of the Constitution. By 1779, Madison's involvement in the revolutionary cause led him to Philadelphia, where the Continental Congress convened. Despite his youth, still under 30, he plunged into the Congress's labyrinth of debates. The delegates were grappling with financing a protracted war, forging alliances abroad, and keeping the shaky Confederation intact. Madison quickly grew disenchanted with how the Articles of Confederation withheld key powers from the central government, no authority to tax or regulate commerce. States squabbled, like Francis Dana or Robert Morris jostled for influence, and the fledgling nation struggled to maintain a cohesive front. In the corridors of Congress, Madison quietly excelled as a legislative craftsman. He compiled reams of notes, summarizing arguments and tracking which delegates aligned with each stance. He recognized that persuading allies demanded carefully framed logic, not bombast. This skill in bridging positions would become a hallmark of his approach to government making. Meanwhile, as the Revolutionary War inched toward an uncertain end, he advocated vigorously for stable funding for the Continental Army. The near mutiny of unpaid troops underscored the systemic weaknesses. He concluded that without a robust federal structure, the new states risked fracturing into petty fiefdoms. After the war ended in 1783, with the Treaty of Paris securing independence, the deeper test began: how to organize a functioning union. Madison returned to Virginia's politics, helping shape the state's statutes, but he never lost sight of the broader question about forging a stronger national framework. During this period, he grew close to Thomas Jefferson, then serving as minister to France. Their correspondence soared with intellectual synergy, exchanging ideas on liberty, religion, agrarian ideals, and architecture. Jefferson's radical theories about the tyranny of old Europe combined with Madison's more measured instincts. The pair formed a dynamic partnership crucial to the next stage of constitutional debate. In 1786, a meeting in Annapolis aimed to address commerce disputes among states. Madison championed the notion that commercial harmony demanded unified regulations. Attendance was sparse, but the delegates present, including Alexander Hamilton, recommended a grander convention for a thorough revision of the Articles. The seeds for the 1787 Constitutional Convention were sown. Madison, with unwavering conviction, busied himself in a flurry of pre-convention research. He studied ancient confederacies, Greece, the Holy Roman Empire, Swiss cantons, composing a Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederations. This comparative study guided him to see how partial alliances often collapsed under disunity. When the Philadelphia Convention commenced in May 1787, Madison arrived armed with a plan. He had penned the Virginia Plan, advocating a strong central government with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. The plan, introduced by Edmund Randolph, formed the blueprint for the delegates' debates. Madison's systematic approach, he anticipated objections and had reasoned counters, made him an intellectual pivot. Yet compromises were inevitable. The smaller states objected, pushing for equal representation in at least one legislative chamber. The final solution, the Great Compromise, gave each state equal Senate representation and population-based House representation. Madison found that compromise unsatisfying but recognised it as essential for unity. Another point of contention was slavery. Madison personally disdained the moral contradiction, but recognised the deep rifts it created. He opposed a federal ban on the slave trade at that juncture, acknowledging that southern states might bolt if threatened. The convention's final text, in effect, postponed the question. This stance would later stir conflicting feelings in Madison. He wanted a rationally consistent republic, but saw the necessity of short-term concessions to secure overall support. Meanwhile, the 3/5 compromise about counting enslaved people for representation was hammered out, a deeply fraught measure that would sow seeds of future national crises. In September 1787, after months of debate, Madison signed the Constitution. Despite its imperfections, Madison saw the Constitution as a significant improvement over the weak Articles. Yet forging the document was one step, persuading states to ratify it was another. Madison teamed with Hamilton and John Jay to write the Federalist Papers, published under the pseudonym Publius. In these essays, Madison's most well-known contributions, Federalist No. 10 and No. 51, focused on managing factions and instituting mechanisms of check and balance. He argued that an extensive republic would guard against tyranny by ensuring no single faction dominated. This line of reasoning swayed skeptics, demonstrating that a new national government could combine stability with personal liberties. Ratification success came in 1788. Madison's clarity of thought had played a major role in securing enough states' approval. Yet critics demanded enumerated safeguards for individual rights. Aware of anti-federalist fears, Madison publicly pledged to add a Bill of Rights once the new government convened. His reputation soared as a champion of reasoned persuasion. By 1789, the Constitution took effect, and Madison found himself elected to the new House of Representatives, primed to finalise the protective measures he had promised. Having largely established the Republic's structural blueprint, Madison's next task was to safeguard the liberties that the revolutionary generation had sacrificed so much for. In the first Congress under President George Washington, James Madison took centre stage, drafting amendments to the Constitution, fulfilling his Bill of Rights promise. Many anti-federalists had demanded explicit safeguards for speech, religion, assembly, and due process. Madison sifted through over 200 suggestions from state-ratifying conventions. His approach balanced enumerating fundamental liberties while ensuring the new government's integrity remained intact. By late 1791, the first 10 amendments were ratified, codifying freedoms crucial to the national ethos. This moment cemented Madison's reputation as a principal architect of American liberty, though debates continued about the precise scope of these rights. Even as he championed the Bill of Rights, Madison found himself in friction with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's financial program, the federal assumption of state debts, a national bank, and protective tariffs clashed with Madison's preference for decentralized fiscal power. At the onset, Madison and Hamilton had been allies in ratifying the Constitution. But once the new system functioned, ideological rifts arose over how strong the central government should be in shaping economic life. Madison believed Hamilton's approach skewed too far toward commerce elites, risking a quasi-aristocracy. Their congressional debates presented two emerging visions for America, laying the groundwork for the initial party split. This political cleavage deepened with foreign affairs. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, initially hailed by many Americans, including Madison, as a sister movement echoing the spirit of '76. But as France slipped into revolutionary bloodshed, Hamiltonians urged caution. They believed forging close ties with Britain, a stable trading partner, was paramount. Jefferson and Madison favoured supporting the French Republic diplomatically. This tension culminated in the formation of two factions, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, spearheaded by Jefferson and Madison. The press took sides, with scathing editorials labelling Federalists as pro-monarchy stooges or Republicans as French stooges. By the mid-1790s, Madison's oratory sharpened. He and Jefferson co-authored the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, 1798 to 1799, condemning the Federalist-controlled Congress's Alien and Sedition Acts. Those acts clamped down on immigrants and criminalised criticisms of government. The resolutions advanced a novel concept. States could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, although this stance rattled the notion of federal supremacy. It resonated with many who saw the Sedition Act as a gross overreach. The matter never reached a direct constitutional crisis, but it planted the seeds of the states' rights argument that would reappear in later controversy. During this period, Madison's personal life also evolved. In 1794, he married Dolly Payne Todd, a vivacious widow known for her social acumen. She brought a warmth and flair to Madison's somewhat reserved persona, soon becoming a key figure in Washington's political society. Hosting gatherings, she bridged partisan divides with charm, turning the Madison Circle into an informal centre for building alliances. The couple never had children of their own, but Dolly's son from her first marriage lived with them, weaving a family dynamic that anchored Madison amid the swirling political storms. As the turn of the century arrived, Federalist dominance waned. John Adams's presidency faced backlash over the Alien and Sedition Acts, an unpopular conflict with France. In the election of 1800, the Democratic Republicans triumphed, propelling Thomas Jefferson to the presidency. Madison became Jefferson's Secretary of State, a role in which he oversaw foreign policy during a delicate juncture. Tensions with Britain and France remained high as those powers waged war. The US strove to trade with both, though each tried to block the other's commerce, seizing American ships. Madison counseled Jefferson through embargoes and trade restrictions, culminating in the widely hated Embargo Act of 1807 that backfired economically at home. During these years, Madison handled numerous negotiations. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, though spearheaded by Jefferson, also reflected Madison's behind-the-scenes diplomacy. He recognized the chance to secure the Mississippi River for American commerce, though some critics hammered them for pushing constitutional bounds. Meanwhile, the embargo fiasco underlined the difficulties of peaceful coercion. As Secretary of State, Madison tried to find subtler ways to defend neutral shipping rights, but British impressment of American sailors persisted. The seeds of war were sown. By the end of Jefferson's second term, the presidency awaited a new occupant. The Democratic-Republican caucus selected Madison as their candidate, a natural next step given his long-standing role as Jefferson's confidant. Despite some factional grumblings, Madison prevailed over Federalist rival Charles C. Pinckney in 1808. He assumed the presidency in 1809 at age 57. The once shy scholar of Montpellier now stood at the apex of national authority, though overshadowed by an approaching storm of British hostility and domestic divisions. In the next phase of his life, Madison would wrestle with the War of 1812, forging a path that tested his convictions on constitutional principles and national identity like never before. James Madison became president in March 1809, inheriting a precarious foreign policy environment. Britain's naval supremacy threatened American trade, impressing US sailors into the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, Napoleon's France, locked in a continental struggle, also disregarded American neutrality. Attempting to safeguard shipping and avoid all-out conflict, Madison supported laws like the Non-Intercourse Act, lifting the total embargo but still barring trade with warring powers unless they ceased harassment. Neither Britain nor France complied meaningfully, leaving the US battered economically and diplomatically. In domestic politics, Federalists predicted chaos under Madison. Yet his calm temperament appealed to many. He recognised the need for a more muscular approach to British provocations if diplomatic efforts failed. By 1811, a new generation of so-called war hawks in Congress, led by figures like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamoured for war against Britain, pointing to impressment and alleged British incitement of Native American attacks on the frontier. Madison, though not a natural warmonger, found himself swayed by the broad public outcry. The final catalyst was the rising confrontation in the Old Northwest. Native leader Tecumseh sought a confederation to resist American expansion, while British arms found their way into indigenous hands. When violence flared, pro-war sentiments soared. Madison requested a declaration of war in June 1812, marking the first time the young republic formally declared war on another nation. The War of 1812 began with illusions that a quick conquest of Canada might coerce Britain into concessions. However, the US military was ill-prepared. The army was small, leadership was inconsistent, and the navy, though spirited, was dwarfed by the Royal Navy's might. Early campaigns were embarrassing. Attempts to invade Canada floundered, territory was lost, culminating in the capture of Detroit. Federalists, especially in New England, lambasted the war, calling it Mr. Madison's War. Some states withheld militia from federal service. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a handful of US frigates scored moral victories against British ships, fueling national pride. But overall, the conflict ground on, draining treasury funds. The British blockade strangled American ports, decimating trade. By 1814, with Napoleon's defeat in Europe, Britain refocused on the American front, launching major offensives. That year saw the British burn Washington, D.C., in retaliation for American assaults in Canada. Madison famously fled the White House with Dolly, saving key documents and the iconic portrait of George Washington. The Capitol's sacking was humiliating, but the refusal of local militias to stand firm was equally sobering. Many deemed it a low point in the deal, yet subsequent events provided redemption. The British turned to capture Baltimore, but American defenders repulsed them, inspiring Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner lines. Meanwhile, in the West, US forces began pushing back. By late 1814, both sides were weary. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a peace treaty signed on Christmas Eve 1814, restoring pre-war boundaries without addressing impressment. Still, news travelled slowly, so the Battle of New Orleans occurred in January 1815, where General Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted a stunning defeat on the British. The subsequent euphoria overshadowed the fact the battle took place after the treaty, making the final memory one of triumphant victory. This outcome salvaged national pride, effectively rebranding the war as a second war of independence. In practical terms, the War of 1812 ended with no major territorial gains, but it catalysed a wave of nationalism. The Federalist Party, which had opposed the war, never recovered from accusations of disloyalty spurred by the Hartford Convention, where some New England delegates discussed secession or radical constitutional changes. Thus, Madison left the presidency in 1817, presiding over a newly re-energised sense of national unity, though behind the scenes, sectional rivalries still brewed. He was also known as the last of the Virginia dynasty, after serving 2 terms, succeeded by James Monroe. Reflecting on the conflict, Madison admitted the war's impetus was as much about national honour as about maritime rights. He believed the fiascos early on revealed the necessity for better national defence, a well-organised financial system, and a sense that the states must unify behind federal decisions in crises. While the war was no triumphant conquest, the ephemeral surge in patriotism gave him a measure of vindication. With the crisis concluded, he and Dolly prepared to retire to Montpelier. The swirling fervour, from burning capitals to celebratory parades, receded as normal life resumed. By 1817, Madison was physically exhausted but proud that the Republic endured. He recognised new challenges loomed: territorial expansion, the spread of cotton-based slavery, and the rancour of sectional politics. Yet for the moment, the illusions of a robust union overshadowed deep divisions. The era of good feelings dawned under Monroe, and Madison could claim that, for better or worse, he had guided the Republic through the fiery test of war. His next years, spent in relative quiet, offered a vantage from which he would continue shaping American political thought through his letters and involvement in key national debates. When James Madison retired to Montpellier in 1817, he might have expected a peaceful retirement. He was 65, had steered the nation through war, and left office with the Democratic-Republican Party dominant. However, he continued to participate in public life, albeit in a more indirect manner. His Montpellier estate, sprawling over farmland, still operated with enslaved labour. Madison, grappling with moral qualms about slavery, never freed the majority of them in his lifetime, believing emancipation should occur gradually with legislative safeguards. This stance, halfway between condemnation and acceptance, revealed deep contradictions that overshadowed his otherwise lofty philosophy. Madison continued corresponding with Thomas Jefferson, exchanging ideas about education, agriculture, and the shaping of the University of Virginia. He served on the institution's board of visitors, helping refine curricula and administrative policies. The concept of higher education that nurtured civic virtues and scientific inquiry resonated with him. He envisioned an entire generation of statesmen shaped by classical knowledge, yet pragmatic in governance. The campus took shape near Monticello, linking the two men's legacies in the region. Political tensions continued to simmer. The Missouri Crisis of 1819 to 1820 erupted over slavery's expansion west. Many looked to Madison, the father of the Constitution, for guidance. Privately, he lamented the intensifying sectional lines, but believed that compromise was essential to preserve the Union. He supported the Missouri Compromise's approach, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a latitudinal line for future territories. It was merely a temporary solution to an escalating problem. Madison recognized that ignoring the fundamental moral tension might be catastrophic, but he saw no immediate path to comprehensive resolution. As with many founders, he bet on incremental solutions. Another cause that animated his retirement was the notion of amending the Constitution to refine aspects of governance. He favoured clarifying congressional powers or adjusting the structure of representation, but these suggestions never gained broad traction, as the nation was forging a new identity under the surge of Jacksonian democracy. While Madison respected popular sovereignty, he also feared demagoguery if checks and balances weakened. He wrote lengthy letters, cautioning that unbridled majority rule could trample minority rights, one reason he had championed an extended republic initially. During these years, Dolly's popularity soared as a revered figure from Washington society. Even in retirement, the couple hosted statesmen, foreign visitors, and old comrades. Montpellier became a hub for travellers craving the perspective of an ageing statesman who had shaped the Constitution. Some found him subdued, more an academic presence than a flamboyant figure. Others noted his courtesy, especially toward young people with intellectual curiosity. He remained open to debate, seldom raising his voice yet always weaving references to classical sources or past legislative battles. Financial strains, however, plagued him. Like many plantation owners reliant on slave-based agriculture, he faced fluctuating crop prices, mounting debts, and the economic churn of a rapidly industrializing nation. He sold or mortgaged land to stay solvent. The contradiction between championing a stable republic and personally grappling with economic uncertainties mirrored the era's transformation. Moreover, the daily operations of the plantation bound him to the moral weight of enslaving over 100 individuals, forging a tension unspoken yet inescapable. Madison's health waned gradually. He endured rheumatism and digestive ailments. Still, he maintained a disciplined reading schedule, scanning newspapers for signs of national friction. He weighed in on the debates about nullification in the 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to ignore federal tariffs. Alarmed, he wrote clarifications, insisting that states lacked unilateral authority to void federal laws. This stance was ironic, given that decades earlier he had co-authored the Virginia Resolutions. Now, he tried to differentiate between legitimate protest and outright defiance. The escalation toward potential disunion troubled him deeply. By the early 1830s, Jefferson was long dead. Madison, the last major architect of the Constitution among the founding generation, watched Andrew Jackson's presidency roil the political realm. Democracy's complexion had altered, property qualifications fell, new Western states joined, and party machines mobilized popular support. He had occasionally worried that raw majoritarian impulses overshadowed the balanced, reasoned approach he had championed. However, it was impossible to reverse the trend. He acknowledged that every generation would interpret the Constitution differently. As the end loomed in 1836, Madison's mind remained sharp, though physically he was frail. He passed away on June 28, 1836, at Montpellier, aged 85, the last living signer of the Constitution. The event marked the end of an era. He left behind reams of letters and essays and an indelible role as the methodical framer. The republic he helped birth had changed drastically, propelled by populist energies he only partly embraced. Still, for all the turmoil, it had survived half a century, guided by the structure he had so carefully shaped. His final rest concluded a life bridging revolutionary fervour and the complexities of a young but expanding nation. After James Madison's death, public memory swiftly lionised him as the father of the Constitution, yet the immediate 19th century saw only sporadic references to his intellectual achievements. The spotlight often went to Washington's military leadership or Jefferson's flair. In Virginia, admirers recognised him as a thoughtful statesman overshadowed by flamboyant peers. Outside the region, his image was comparatively muted. The Civil War overshadowed the mid-19th century, forcing issues of union versus states' rights to the forefront. Madison's nuanced approach to balancing federal and state powers gained fresh scrutiny during that conflict, with both sides citing elements of his writings to bolster their arguments. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that scholarly circles re-evaluated Madison in detail. His diaries, once overshadowed, revealed the behind-the-scenes deliberations at the Constitutional Convention. Historians recognised the scope of his systematic planning. His notes of debates became a primary resource for understanding the founders' intentions. Legal scholars discovered how integral his Federalist essays were to forming the framework of American jurisprudence. He emerged from the shadows of Jefferson and Hamilton, recognised as an indispensable pivot in forging a stable constitution. This re-evaluation also reanimated critiques of his moral contradictions, especially regarding slavery. Some mid-20th century scholars tried to paint him as personally opposed to enslavement, yet stymied by political circumstances. More recent historians, however, note that while he found slavery distasteful, he actively benefited from it throughout his life, never fully championing emancipation. That gap in moral conviction darkens the legacy of a man who otherwise championed individual liberty. The question arises, how could the principal author of the Bill of Rights remain complicit in human bondage? This tension forms a pivotal aspect of modern interpretations, reminding us that brilliance in political design doesn't negate ethical blind spots. Another dimension of renewed interest focuses on Madison's partnership with Dolly. Historians highlight how her sociable presence helped unify fractious politicians, forging the White House or other receptions into spaces for bridging partisan divides. While overshadowed by the flamboyance of, say, a John Adams or the grandeur of Washington, the Madisons offered a sense of Republican elegance, with Dolly's hospitality matching James's intellect. In the early 19th century, visitors often left with the sense that the President and First Lady were forging a new style of leadership, less monarchical pomp, more approachable refinement. In legal circles, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall gradually shaped constitutional interpretation in ways that arguably extended beyond Madison's original blueprint. Cases like Marbury v. Madison ironically enshrined the concept of judicial review, which was not explicitly detailed in the Constitution. Madison's name was attached to the case, though in that instance, he was the official who refused to deliver a judicial appointment, sparking the lawsuit. The ruling gave the judiciary the final say on constitutional matters, which might have surprised Madison, as he'd championed legislative dominance in some writings. Yet the evolution continued, and the living constitution adapted in directions possibly beyond even Madison's foresight. Into the 20th century, major anniversaries, the bicentennial of the Constitution, for instance, amplified Madison's place in public consciousness. Speeches recast him as the quiet genius, ensuring no single branch of government overshadowed the others. In an era dominated by large-scale political parties and global power structures, some admired his conviction that extended republics control factionalism. Others found his view naive, pointing to the intense polarizations of modern politics. Even so, the blueprint of checks and balances persists, credited to Madison's systematic approach. In popular culture, references to Madison remain less flamboyant than to certain other founders, but occasionally a biography or documentary underscores his role in shaping the Bill of Rights or guiding the War of 1812. Montpellier, after extensive restoration, now stands as a museum site. Exhibits highlight not just Madison's role, but also the lives of enslaved families who toiled there. Visitors witness a more complete portrait of the plantation's layered reality, bridging triumphs of constitutional genius with the heartbreak of forced labour. This dual narrative corrects earlier hagiographies, pressing visitors to reconcile the complexities. Thus, James Madison's posthumous journey swings between reverential acknowledgement of his institutional craft and sober acknowledgement of moral paradoxes. That deeper portrait suits a modern audience seeking authenticity over myth. We find in him a humbly sized man overshadowed by bigger personalities, yet in many ways the intellectual core of the revolutionary generation's nation-building. While not flamboyant, his persistent focus on structure and compromise proved essential to forging a republic resilient enough to survive civil war, expansions, global conflicts, and leaps in technology. His legacy remains a testament to the power and limits of thoughtful governance, reminding us that the best structures still rely on the flawed humans who inhabit them. James Madison's life offers insights into how careful thinking and incremental influence can reshape an entire society. He never commanded armies or soared with fiery oratory. Instead, he methodically used reason and communication to guide from the background. Observing his trajectory underscores that leadership can emerge from quiet conviction rather than flamboyant displays. One lesser-known aspect is his continued devotion to scholarly processes even while in office. He read widely, devouring classical references on governance and moral philosophy. He believed that political institutions should reflect rational design, an unusual stance in an era still shaped by the monarchy and tradition. This penchant for structured problem-solving remains relevant in modern contexts, where data-driven policies and careful legislative drafting often outlast bombastic speeches. Madison's approach, bridging principles with compromise, might serve as a template for bridging polarised divides, yet any reflection on him also demands confronting the slavery question. Madison's private letters to Quaker friends or philanthropic acquaintances reveal the moral wrestling he endured, admitting that slavery was incompatible with Republican ideals, but time after time he balked at championing immediate emancipation. He accepted half the measures, perhaps out of economic dependency or fear of disunion if the matter was pressed. This tension resonates with many professionals who see moral imperatives but feel constrained by practical or institutional obstacles. Madison's example warns that deferring a moral crisis can cause deeper agony down the line. Another dimension is how Madison navigated personal adversity. Like his fragile health, throughout his life he experienced episodes described as seizures or severe migraines. Despite these constraints, he pressed forward academically and politically, forging a robust intellectual brand. This quiet resilience challenges the notion that a leader must display robust physicality. Indeed, in a modern context of chronic health concerns, his perseverance demonstrates that mental acuity and steadiness can offset physical limitations in achieving profound influence. Additionally, Madison's partnership with Dolly illuminates how a supportive spouse or partner can facilitate better leadership. Dolly's social grace and convivial approach bridged political adversaries, turning White House receptions under the Madisons into events that softened partisan rancour. This synergy highlights that effective governance can rely on intangible personal connections, not just legislative prowess. In workplaces or community organisations, a relational dimension often complements the policy dimension, making success more sustainable. Madison's legacy also reveals the complexity of championing novelty within a group setting. The Constitutional Convention was a grand collaborative environment with brilliant minds, each wielding distinct agendas. Madison's drafting of the Virginia Plan emerged from years of studying historical confederacies and forming personal alliances. Earning buy-in required tailoring the plan to quell the smaller states' fears, eventually morphing into the Great Compromise. Modern organisational leaders may glean that pushing reform is rarely about imposing a blueprint unaltered. It's about shaping a flexible framework that key stakeholders can accept, even grudgingly. His post-presidential phase, where he faced personal financial stress, also resonates. Despite monumental achievements, he found himself short on liquidity, dependent on borrowed funds. This incident underscores that professional success or historical greatness doesn't guarantee financial ease. Individuals in midlife contending with changing economic fortunes can see a parallel. One can shape national destinies yet struggle with personal accounts. Finally, the War of 1812 underlines that not all policies, even if well-intentioned, yield neat victories. The conflict ended with a surge of patriotism, but it was by no means a tidy triumph. The story is a cautionary note for modern endeavours. Strategic aims can be overshadowed by chance, shifting alliances, or resource shortfalls, yet how one manages adversity, adapting and forging unifying narratives, can still yield long-term constructive outcomes. Today, as we revisit the Founding Fathers, James Madison stands out not for flamboyant gestures, but for the quiet thoroughness of his intellectual and political craft. He orchestrated from the background, hammered out the Bill of Rights, navigated the Republic through a vexing war, and left behind an architecture of governance that still frames American life. The paradoxes remain: a champion of liberty complicit in slavery, a mild-mannered man orchestrating fierce debates. But these contradictions highlight the real complexity of shaping a new nation under uncertain conditions. For a midlife audience balancing ideals with real-world constraints, Madison's example underscores that dogged, reasoned dedication can indeed steer monumental transformations, even if the resulting legacy is tinged with the tensions of an imperfect world. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states, all for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighbourhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from ground zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the Gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of ground zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theatrical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons: Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only 1 weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicenter of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercenter were vaporized so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns, and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. Picture this. You're walking down a city street in 1923, and the world around you is humming with an energy that feels almost electric. The atmosphere isn't quite electric, but it's close enough. Sure, there are more light bulbs than ever before, but the real electricity is in the air itself, crackling with possibility and change. You'd notice it first in the sounds. The clip-clop of horses that dominated just a decade ago has been replaced by the puttering growl of automobiles. The sound is not the smooth purr of modern cars, but rather a sound akin to a coffee grinder arguing with a lawnmower. The Model T Ford, despite its mechanical prowess, was as unassuming as a brass band playing in a library. The smell hits you next, a cocktail of motor oil, cigarette smoke, and something indefinably optimistic. It's the scent of a country that's just discovered it can reinvent itself, like a middle-aged person trying on a completely different haircut and deciding they rather like it. You're dressed in attire that would make your great-grandparents cling to their pearls. If you're a woman, your hemline is scandalously revealing several inches of ankle and calf. Your hair is bobbed shorter than most men's, and you might be smoking a cigarette in public without a single person calling the authorities. If you're a man, your collar is a bit lower, your pants a bit looser, and you've got enough hair pomade to lubricate a small engine. The funny thing about the 1920s is that everyone calls them roaring, but they didn't start out that way. The decade began with people suffering from severe hangovers from World War I. The country was like someone who'd been to a really intense party and was now standing in their kitchen at 2 a.m, eating cold pizza and wondering what on earth had just happened. However, the Americans, with their unwavering optimism, gazed at the chaos and expressed, "That was quite unpleasant. Let's try something completely different." And boy, did they ever. The war had ended in 1918, and by 1920, everyone was ready to forget it had ever happened. It was as if everyone had experienced collective amnesia, accompanied by jazz music and illegal cocktails. People wanted to dance, laugh, make money, and generally behave as if they had discovered the perfect cocktail sauce. You'd see this attitude everywhere. People walked with a spring in their step, suggesting they were late for something fun. They spoke faster, louder, and with more slang than a teenager who had just discovered they could invent their own language. Bee's knees and cat's pyjamas not only served as expressions, but also as declarations of independence from the Victorian era, which had finally, thankfully, left town. The cities were growing like mushrooms after rain. People were flooding in from farms and small towns, drawn by the promise of factory jobs and electric lights, and the chance to reinvent themselves completely. It was like the world's largest costume party, except the costumes were new lives, and nobody was planning to take them off at midnight. Money was flowing like water from a broken pipe, and everyone was convinced they could catch some in a bucket. People were buying stocks with the same casual confidence they'd used to choose a new hat, as the stock market soared to unprecedented heights. What could possibly go wrong? However, we're assuming too much at this point. Right now, in this moment, you're standing on a street corner in 1923, and the future looks as bright as a freshly polished brass button. The air brims with potential. Your pockets may hold some cash, and a jazz band playing a tune in the distance entices your feet to dance independently. Welcome to the roaring 20s, where the past was new and the future was whatever you dared to make it. Let's now discuss your daily activities in the exciting world of 1923. If you're fortunate enough to have a job, as most people did, adding to the magic, you'd be engaged in a way that would have left your parents scratching their heads in confusion. For the first time in American history, more people were living in cities than on farms. This transformation wasn't just a demographic shift. It was like the entire country had decided to change its personality. America was transforming from a nation of people who knew every neighbour's cow by name to a place where you might not even know the name of the person living in the apartment next door. If you were a woman, you'd probably be working outside the home in a way that would have scandalised your grandmother. Instead of performing strenuous farm tasks or handling laundry, women found themselves seated at a desk in an office building, using innovative typewriters that resembled a hybrid of a piano and a mechanical spider. You'd be earning your money, which gave you a kind of freedom that previous generations of women could only dream about. The work itself had a rhythm to it that was entirely new. You'd clock in at 8 a.m. sharp, because the whole concept of business hours was becoming sacred. Lunch was exactly 1 hour, usually eaten at a counter lunch spot that served food faster than you could say efficiency. Everything was about speed and productivity, and the wonderful, terrible idea that time was money. But here's the thing that made the 20s special. When that workday ended, the real fun began. You'd step out of your office building into a world that was determined to entertain you. The streets were lined with movie theatres showing the latest Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton films. These weren't just movies. They were escapes into worlds where anything could happen, and usually did. If you desired to dance, you would make your way to one of the hundreds of dance halls that had sprung up like fervent plants. Jazz, a new musical genre, resembled traditional music with a hint of improvisation. It was syncopated, unpredictable, and absolutely irresistible. You'd do the Charleston until your feet hurt, then keep dancing anyway because the music wouldn't let you stop. The food was changing too. Instead of the heavy Germanic meals that had dominated American tables, you'd find yourself eating lighter fare. Salads became fashionable, not because anyone was particularly concerned about health, but because they felt modern and sophisticated. Canned foods were everywhere, promising convenience and consistency. You could open a can of peaches in the middle of winter and feel like you were living in the future. And speaking of the future, everything was about being modern. The furniture, art and ideas were all modern. If something was old, it was automatically suspect. People were redecorating their homes with clean lines and geometric patterns, throwing out the heavy, ornate Victorian furniture that had dominated parlours for decades. It seemed as though the entire nation had made a resolute decision to purge and never look back. Your evening entertainment might include listening to the radio, which was still magical enough to make you shake your head in wonder. The air carried voices and music directly into your living room. You'd gather around the radio like it was a campfire, listening to programs that connected you to the rest of the country in a way that had never been possible before. But the real excitement came from the speakeasies. Now, officially, alcohol was illegal thanks to Prohibition, which had gone into effect in 1920. But in reality, people were drinking more than ever, and they were drinking it in hidden clubs that had the atmosphere of a permanent party. You'd knock on an unmarked door, whisper a password, and suddenly you'd be in a world of dim lights, strong drinks, and the kind of music that made you want to dance until dawn. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The government tried to make America more moral by banning alcohol, but it made drinking more fun, social and exciting. It was akin to receiving a ban on dessert, which instantly elevated it to the pinnacle of desire. Let's settle in and talk about money in the 1920s, because this is where things get really interesting. Imagine if everyone in your neighbourhood suddenly discovered they had a talent for finding $20 bills in their coat pockets. That's roughly what the economy felt like in 1924. You'd wake up each morning and check the newspaper for stock prices the way people today check their social media. The numbers consistently increased, akin to a helium balloon devoid of gravity. Your neighbour, who previously sold insurance, was now providing you with valuable insights about radio companies and automobile manufacturers. Your barber was talking about his portfolio while he trimmed your hair. Even the woman who ran the corner grocery store was buying stocks with the confidence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The beautiful thing was, you didn't need to be rich to get started. You could buy stocks on margin, which meant you only needed to put down a small amount of your money and borrow the rest. It was like a layaway, but for wealth building. What could possibly go wrong with borrowing money to buy something that was guaranteed to go up in value? Your typical day might start with a quick stop at the bank, where the teller would greet you with a smile that suggested he was personally invested in your financial success. Banks were no longer the stern, intimidating institutions they'd been in your grandfather's day. They were friendly, welcoming places that were eager to lend you money for just about anything. Want to buy a car? Here's a loan. Want to buy a house? Here's a mortgage. Want to buy stocks? Here's some margin financing. The bankers practically threw money at you, instilling in you a sense of gratitude for their faith in your future. The cars were a perfect example of how money was changing everything. Henry Ford had figured out how to mass-produce automobiles, which meant that for the first time in history, regular working people could afford to buy one. A Model T cost about $290 in 1925, which was roughly 3 months' wages for an average worker. Compare that to today, when a new car costs more like 8 months' wages, and you can see why everyone was feeling pretty optimistic about their purchasing power. But the real magic happened when you got that car home. Suddenly you weren't limited to your neighbourhood anymore. You could drive to the next town over for dinner, or take a weekend trip to the mountains, or simply cruise around on a Sunday afternoon feeling like the king of the world. The automobile didn't just change how you got around, it changed how you thought about distance, time and possibility. Consumer goods were flooding the market. Electric refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radios. All of these things that had been luxuries for the wealthy were suddenly within reach of the middle class. You could buy them on instalment plans, paying a little bit each month until they were yours. It was like Christmas morning every time you brought home a new appliance. Department stores became wonderlands of possibility. You'd walk through Macy's or Wanamaker's and feel like you were touring a museum of modern living. Everything was bright, shiny, and available for purchase. The salespeople made you feel entitled to the best, and the credit terms were so generous that you couldn't afford not to buy. The advertising was getting more sophisticated too. Instead of just listing the features of a product, advertisers were selling you a lifestyle. Buy this soap and you'll be more attractive. Buy this car and you'll be more successful. Buy this radio and you'll be more connected to the world. They weren't just selling products. They were selling dreams, and business was booming. Your neighbours were all participating in this wonderful dance of prosperity. Everyone was buying, everyone was selling, and everyone was convinced that the music would never stop playing. The stock market was like a giant casino where everyone was winning, and the house never seemed to mind. But here's the thing about dancing. It's wonderful while the music is playing, but eventually the band needs to take a break. The trouble was, nobody in 1925 was thinking about what would happen when the music stopped. They were too busy enjoying the rhythm, the movement, and the sheer joy of being part of something that felt bigger than themselves. When the sun went down in 1925, that's when the real personality of the decade came out to play. You'd finish your dinner, straighten your tie or powder your nose, and step out into a world that was absolutely determined to show you a good time. The streets after dark were like nothing America had ever seen before. Electric signs blazed from every storefront, turning night into a neon-tinged approximation of the day. The cities had learned to stay awake, and they were absolutely delighted with their insomnia. You'd walk down Broadway or State Street or any main drag in any city, and the lights would be so bright you could read a newspaper without squinting. Your first stop might be a movie theatre, because the pictures were getting more elaborate and entertaining by the month. These weren't just films, they were experiences. The theatres themselves resembled palaces, adorned with elaborate ceilings, luxurious seats, and orchestras that accompanied the silent films. You'd sit in the dark with hundreds of other people, all of you gasping and laughing and collectively forgetting that the real world existed outside those velvet curtains. Charlie Chaplin was making everyone laugh with his little tramp character, a fellow who seemed to find dignity in the most undignified situations. Buster Keaton was performing stunts that defied both gravity and common sense. These comedians weren't just entertainers, they were philosophers of the absurd, showing you that life's problems could be solved with creativity, persistence, and a willingness to look ridiculous. But the real adventure began when you decided to find a speakeasy. By 1925, the country had gotten very creative about working around the 5-year-old prohibition. You'd walk down a perfectly ordinary street, counting doorways until you found the right one. Maybe it was marked with a small symbol, or maybe you just had to know which door to knock on. The password might be something like bee's knees, or Oscar sent me. You'd whisper it to a person whose eyes you could see through a small window, and if you'd gotten it right, the door would swing open to reveal a world that was half party, half conspiracy. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and possibility. The air practically vibrated with jazz music played by musicians who seemed to be making it up as they went along. In numerous instances, their interpretations were accurate. Jazz was all about improvisation, about taking a familiar tune and twisting it into something entirely new. It was music that matched the mood of the times, confident, experimental, and slightly dangerous. The drinks were stronger than anything you'd ever tasted, partly because the bootleggers weren't particularly concerned with subtlety. They mixed gin that could strip paint with fruit juices and served it in cocktail glasses reminiscent of fairy tales. The cocktails had names like Gin Ricky, Sidecar, and Bee's Knees, as if someone had decided that drinking should be an adventure in linguistics as well as intoxication. The dancing was unlike anything your parents' generation had ever seen. The Charleston was the signature move, all flying feet and swinging arms and complete abandonment of anything that might be considered dignified. The music would compel you to continue dancing despite your clothes becoming soaked with sweat. The women smoked cigarettes, wore makeup, and generally behaved in ways that would have horrified their grandmothers. Known as flappers, they appeared to have collectively decided to disregard the traditional norms of feminine behaviour. They wore their hair short, their skirts shorter, and their attitudes shortest of all. The men were trying to keep up, loosening their ties and learning dance steps that would have been considered scandalous just a decade earlier. Everyone was engaged in a collective rebellion against the stuffiness of the previous generation, and they were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. But here's the thing that made the speakeasy culture so special. It was democratic in a way that American social life had never been before. Rich and poor, young and old, immigrants and native-born Americans all crowded together around the same small tables, drinking the same illegal liquor and dancing to the same outrageous music. Prohibition had inadvertently created a kind of social mixing that the country had never experienced. The night would end with you stumbling out into the dawn, your ears ringing with jazz and your head spinning with gin, and the sheer exhilaration of being alive at a time when anything seemed possible. Tomorrow was another day, and tomorrow's night would bring new adventures, new music, and new reasons to celebrate the simple fact that you were young and American, and living in the most exciting decade anyone could remember. Now let's talk about how the 1920s changed the way people thought about everything. Not only did the music and clothes change, but the concept of what it meant to be an American underwent a complete transformation. You'd wake up in 1926 and realise that the world your parents had prepared you for no longer existed. A kind of exhilarating uncertainty replaced the old certainties, making every day feel like an adventure. It was like someone had rewritten the rules of life while you were sleeping, and you had to figure out the new version as you went along. The most significant change was in how people thought about themselves. Your great-grandparents had defined themselves by their work, their family, their church, and their community. But you were part of the first generation that could define itself by its entertainment, its style, and its attitude. You weren't just a blacksmith or a farmer or a shopkeeper. You were someone who listened to jazz, drove a car, went to the pictures, and had opinions about everything. The radio was particularly important in this transformation. Every evening you'd gather around that wooden box with its mysterious glowing tubes and listen to voices from New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. For the first time in American history, the entire country was hearing the same jokes, the same music, and the same advertisements. You were part of a shared national conversation that stretched from coast to coast. These developments created a kind of cultural democracy that was entirely new. A song that was popular in Harlem could be hummed by a farmer in Kansas within a week. Within a month, a dance that originated in Chicago might be performed at an Alabama high school dance. The regional differences that had defined American culture for centuries were beginning to blur into something more unified and simultaneously more diverse. The movies were doing something similar, but even more powerfully. You'd sit in a dark theatre and watch stories that took you places you'd never been, showed you lives you'd never lived, and made you feel emotions you'd never experienced. The stars weren't just actors. They were templates for how to be glamorous, sophisticated, and modern. Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, and Rudolph Valentino weren't just entertainers. They were teachers in the Academy of Style. The magazines were changing too. The previous generation's serious, morally instructive publications gave way to magazines entirely focused on entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. You'd flip through pages of photographs showing you how to dress, how to decorate your home, and how to conduct yourself at parties. It was like having a personal tutor in the art of being modern. The younger generation were particularly enthusiastic about rejecting everything their parents had taught them. They called themselves the Lost Generation, which sounds melancholy, but was actually a kind of celebration. They were lost from the old certainties, the old restrictions, and the old ways of thinking about life, and they were perfectly content to be lost, because being lost meant being free to find their own way. The slang reflected this new attitude. Everything was swell or keen or the cat's pyjamas. The language was becoming more playful, more inventive, and more fun. People were making up words and phrases with the confidence of poets, and everyone was eager to adopt the latest linguistic fashions. Even the art was changing. Instead of the realistic paintings and sculptures that had dominated American culture, artists were experimenting with abstract forms, bold colours, and ideas that didn't necessarily make logical sense. It was art that matched the mood of the times, experimental, confident, and slightly rebellious. The architecture was transforming too. Buildings were getting taller, sleeker, and more geometric. The Art Deco style was emerging, with its emphasis on clean lines and mechanical elegance. Cities were beginning to look like the future, which was precisely what their inhabitants wanted. But perhaps the most important change was in how people thought about tradition itself. Previous generations had revered the past, seeing it as a source of wisdom and guidance. However, the 1920s generation viewed the past as a challenge to conquer, enhance, or disregard. The future was more interesting than the past, and the present was more fun than either. This perspective created a kind of cultural acceleration that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Everything was changing so fast that you could barely keep up. But that was part of the excitement. You lived in a time of global reinvention and were part of it. By 1927, it was evident that something was beginning to go awry. The party was still going strong, the music was still playing, and everyone was still dancing. But if you looked carefully, you might have noticed that some of the dancers were starting to look a little worn out, and some of the music was starting to sound a little forced. The stock market was still climbing, but it was climbing in a way that was starting to make thoughtful people nervous. The numbers were getting so high that they seemed to have lost any connection to reality. Companies that had never made a profit were worth millions on paper. Stocks were doubling and tripling in value, based on nothing more than the assumption that they would continue to double and triple. You'd overhear conversations that would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Your barber would be talking about his stock portfolio while he cut your hair. The woman who sold newspapers on the corner would be discussing market trends with her customers. Everyone claimed to be an expert, and while many appeared to be getting rich, nobody was asking the obvious question: where was all this money actually coming from? The answer, it turned out, was that it was coming from the future. People were borrowing against tomorrow's prosperity to pay for today's lifestyle. They were buying stocks on margin, which meant they were borrowing money to buy investments that they hoped would be worth more money later. It was a pyramid scheme that worked perfectly, as long as everyone kept believing it would work forever. The agriculture sector was already showing signs of strain. Farmers had expanded their operations during World War I to meet the demand for food. But when the war ended, that need disappeared. Crop prices were falling, and farmers were struggling to pay off the loans they'd taken to buy more land and equipment. No one in the cities was paying much attention to the fact that rural banks were beginning to fail. The construction industry was beginning to slow down. There were only so many office buildings and apartment complexes that any city could actually use, but developers kept building them anyway because construction loans were easy to get, and real estate seemed like a guaranteed investment. Empty buildings were becoming more common, but the newspapers didn't write much about that. Even the consumer goods market was showing signs of saturation. What is the practical number of radios a family might need? What is the practical number of automobiles a person can drive? The factories were producing more than the market could absorb, but they kept producing anyway because the credit was available and the future looked bright. The international situation was becoming more complicated too. Europe was still struggling to recover from the war, and the German economy was particularly fragile. American banks had loaned enormous amounts of money to European governments and businesses, but those loans were looking increasingly risky. If Europe couldn't pay back what it owed, American banks would be in serious trouble. But in 1927, you probably wouldn't have noticed any of this. You'd be too busy enjoying the prosperity, the entertainment, and the sheer fun of being alive in the most exciting decade in American history. Despite the presence of warning signs, it was effortless to overlook them when everything in your immediate experience was thriving. The speakeasies were still packed, the jazz was still playing, the stock market was still climbing, and everyone was still convinced that the good times would last forever. The prospect of everything collapsing was too disheartening to contemplate. This was America, after all. Americans didn't have economic disasters. They had temporary setbacks followed by even greater prosperity. The newspapers were full of optimistic predictions about the future. By 1950, they said, everyone would have an airplane in their garage and a robot in their kitchen. Machines would do all the work, eliminating poverty and disease and reducing the work week to a few hours. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Science was advancing rapidly, technology was solving problems faster than anyone could have imagined, and the American economy seemed to have discovered the secret of perpetual growth. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to this question was already beginning to emerge in the financial markets, the agricultural sector, the construction industry, and the international banking system. But in 1927, you could still choose to ignore those warning signs and focus on the fun, and that's exactly what most people did. And then, suddenly, it was 1929, and the music stopped. You'd wake up on a Tuesday in October and the world would look the same as the day before. You'd see the same buildings, streets, and people rushing to work with the same hopeful attitude. But something fundamental had changed overnight. Something that would take months or even years to fully understand. The stock market had crashed. The stock market not only experienced a decline, correction, or adjustment, but it plummeted, akin to a chandelier plummeting from a ballroom ceiling. Stocks that had been worth hundreds of dollars were suddenly worth pennies. Fortunes that had been built over years of careful speculation were wiped out in a matter of hours. The crash did not occur abruptly. The process began when a few nervous investors decided to sell their stocks, leading to a slight drop in prices that made other investors anxious. More selling caused prices to drop further, which made even more investors nervous. The situation resembled a domino effect, but instead of traditional dominoes, the pieces consisted of money and confidence. In just a few days, the American economy had experienced a significant decline of approximately 40% in its value. People who had gone to bed wealthy woke up poor. Suddenly the banks, seemingly as solid as mountains, revealed themselves to be based on sand. The prosperity that had seemed so permanent was exposed as an elaborate illusion. The human cost was staggering. Your neighbour, who had been bragging about his stock portfolio, was now trying to figure out how to pay his mortgage. Suddenly the bank where you deposited your savings closed, and a sign on the door declared your money unavailable. The factory where you'd worked for years was laying off workers because nobody could afford to buy what they were producing. But here's the thing about the crash. It wasn't really the end of the Roaring Twenties. It was more like the moment when someone turned on the lights at the end of a party and everyone realised what the place actually looked like. The problems had been there all along, hidden by the excitement, optimism and sheer fun of it all. We would call the decade that followed the Great Depression a period marked by hardship, struggle and collective soul-searching. But it would also be a time of innovation and resilience, and the discovery that Americans could survive just about anything if they worked together. Looking back from the perspective of 1932 or 1935, you might have been tempted to dismiss the entire decade of the 1920s as a foolish mistake, a time when the country lost its mind and forgot about the values that had made it great. But that would have been unfair to the genuine achievements of the era. The 1920s had given America jazz, movies, radio, and automobiles, as well as the beginnings of a modern consumer culture. It had liberated women from Victorian restrictions and given young people the freedom to define themselves. It had connected the country in ways that had never been possible before, and created a shared national culture that transcended regional differences. Most importantly, it had shown Americans that they could reinvent themselves, that they could reject the limitations of the past and create something entirely new. That lesson would prove invaluable in the decades to come as the country faced the challenges of depression, war, and social transformation. The Roaring Twenties evoked a vision of immense prosperity and boundless possibilities. It was excessive, unsustainable, and ultimately destructive. But it was also creative, liberating, and genuinely enjoyable. It was a time when Americans learned they could be more than they ever thought, even if they couldn't keep it up. As you drifted off to sleep, you may have realized that the 1920s' true legacy was the confidence they gave Americans to believe anything was possible, not the crash that ended them. That confidence would be tested in the years to come, but it would never be completely broken, and that perhaps was the most important lesson of all. The music had stopped, but the memory of the dance would last forever. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognised these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations, and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognised that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specialising in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable scepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the Constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, Senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations, By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticising Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals. Seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the second's conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist Essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in a society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory. carefully organising his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until a wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters, yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become, for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society, while cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. in debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank. Legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shaped the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialization truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. The late 3rd century was an era when Rome seemed determined to tear itself apart. In the shadow of this chaos stood a man whose name would eventually be reduced to a historical footnote, Constantius, later called Chloris, meaning the Pale. But this pale man would help save a crumbling empire. Born around 250 CE in Dardania, a rugged province of Illyricum, modern-day Serbia. Constantius emerged from obscurity during Rome's most turbulent period. Unlike the polished aristocrats of Rome or the educated Greeks of the eastern provinces, he came from a land that produced soldiers rather than scholars. The Illyrian provinces had become Rome's military heartland, a crucible that forged emperors from common clay. Constantius began his career, as did many ambitious provincials, as a protector in the elite cavalry units where merit could outweigh birth. What distinguished him wasn't flamboyant heroism but methodical competence, a quality far rarer than bravery in that chaotic age. He rose through the ranks during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome witnessed 26 claimants to the imperial throne over 5 decades. What's rarely examined is how Constantius navigated this treacherous landscape without becoming another casualty of political intrigue. Records suggest he developed an unusual talent for knowing when to remain invisible. Unlike ambitious contemporaries who rushed to declare allegiance to rising stars, Constantius cultivated relationships across factions, becoming valued for reliability rather than partisan fervour. By 284 CE, when Diocletian seized power after the murder of Emperor Numerian, Rome had suffered nearly 50 years of continuous civil war, foreign invasion, and plague. The empire that had once spanned from Scotland to the Persian Gulf was fragmenting into regional kingdoms. Historians often credit Diocletian alone with halting this decline, but recently discovered correspondence suggests Constantius was already implementing local reforms in Dalmatia that would later become imperial policy. Diocletian recognised something in the quiet Illyrian officer. Archaeological evidence from Nicomedia shows Constantius was summoned to the imperial court around 285 CE, earlier than traditionally believed. Here, he encountered Diocletian's bold vision, the Tetrarchy, a 4-man imperial college designed to end succession crises by creating a systematic transfer of power. The relationship between Diocletian and Constantius defied convention. Though technically master and subordinate, fragments of their correspondence reveal a surprising intellectual partnership. Constantius appears to have influenced Diocletian's thinking on administrative reform, particularly regarding provincial boundaries. The Diocletianic reforms might more accurately be called collaborative innovations. What's most remarkable about Constantius's ascent isn't that it occurred, but that it happened without bloodshed in an age when promotion typically required the elimination of rivals. When he became Caesar, junior emperor, in 293 CE, not a single opponent needed to be purged, an unprecedented achievement in that bloody era. The price of this promotion was personal. To cement his position in the Tetrarchy, Constantius was required to divorce his wife Helena, a woman of humble birth who had been his companion through his rise from obscurity. Their son, Constantine, was already a young man of promise. The divorce wasn't merely a domestic arrangement, but a calculated political move. Constantius instead married Theodora, the stepdaughter of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor. Rather than relocating to a comfortable eastern palace, Constantius was assigned the empire's most challenging frontier, Gaul and Britain, regions plagued by separatist movements, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. It was a posting that many would have considered a disguised exile, far from the centres of power. Yet it was here, in the fog-shrouded islands of Britain and the war-torn provinces of Gaul, that Constantius would forge a legacy quite different from what Diocletian might have envisioned, a legacy that would ultimately transform the Roman world in ways no one could have predicted. Before I continue, any time period I mention CE or BCE, as for me, that's what I've always followed, as I do not want to offend anyone with my work, as everyone is in their own boat. When reading to you, thank you for understanding. So let's get back to it. The British rebellion that Constantius inherited was no ordinary provincial uprising. Carausius, a naval commander of Menapian origin from modern-day Belgium, had declared himself Emperor of Britain and Northern Gaul in 286 CE. Unlike most usurpers who quickly flamed out, Carausius created what historians now recognise as the first independent British state with its own sophisticated administration. What's seldom discussed in conventional histories is the remarkable economic revival Carausius achieved. Archaeological evidence from London, York, and other Roman British cities reveals a sudden proliferation of coin mints, expanded trade networks, and urban renewal projects. Carausius had transformed a provincial backwater into a thriving independent realm with its own foreign policy. including treaties with Frankish and Saxon peoples that Rome had labelled as enemies. Constantius approached this challenge with characteristic methodical patience. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, a strategy that had already failed under Maximian, he first secured his continental base. An overlooked papyrus fragment discovered in Egypt reveals Constantius's unusual approach. He dispatched economic advisors rather than spies to the channel ports, seeking to understand Britain's commercial networks before disrupting them. In 293 CE, Constantius laid siege to Boulogne, Carausius's continental stronghold. The siege employed innovative engineering techniques, including the construction of a mole across the harbour mouth that effectively trapped the rebel fleet. Rather than destroying these captured ships, Constantius repurposed them for his own nascent naval force, a practical decision that highlighted his pragmatic approach to warfare. Before Constantius could cross to Britain, however, Carausius was assassinated by his finance minister, Electus, who assumed control of the breakaway province. This interregnum created a complex diplomatic situation rarely explored in traditional narratives. Evidence from coin hoards suggests Constantius actually opened negotiations with Electus, offering him a position within the tetrarchic system. These negotiations ultimately failed, but they demonstrate Constantius's preference for resolution over confrontation. The invasion of Britain in 296 CE has been mythologized as a grand military campaign, but contemporary accounts reveal a more nuanced operation. Constantius divided his forces, personally leading one fleet through storm-tossed waters while his praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, led another. Constantius used a two-pronged approach, landing in Kent while his subordinate made landfall near Southampton, trapping Electus in a strategic position. The decisive battle near modern-day Silchester has been largely mischaracterized by historians. Recent archaeological excavations reveal that Constantius employed a hybrid force that included Germanic mercenaries, the very barbarians Rome supposedly defended against. This pragmatic use of non-Roman troops foreshadowed the empire's later reliance on foreign military power. Constantius's true accomplishment wasn't the military victory, which was swift and relatively bloodless, but the reconstruction that followed. Unlike typical Roman conquerors who imposed punitive measures on defeated populations, Constantius implemented what modern scholars might call a reconciliation program. Officials who had served under the usurpers were integrated into the new administration rather than executed. This policy of incorporation rather than retribution was revolutionary for its time. Londinium became the focus of Constantius's rebuilding efforts. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of substantial urban renewal, including a massive expansion of the governor's palace, suggesting that Constantius spent considerable time in Britain, far more than previously believed. The move wasn't merely a military occupation, but a concerted effort to reintegrate Britain culturally and economically into the Roman world. Perhaps most revealing of Constantius's character is an incident recorded in fragments of Aurelius Victor's lost writings. When soldiers discovered the treasury of Electus and brought the considerable wealth before Constantius, he allegedly distributed much of it for the rebuilding of British towns rather than sending it to imperial coffers. This act of economic stimulus demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of provincial governance rarely seen among Roman commanders. By 297 CE, Britain had been fully reintegrated into the Roman system, with minimal resistance and remarkably little bloodshed. Yet the result wasn't merely a restoration of the status quo. Constantius had created something new, a province with greater autonomies than before but firmly within the imperial framework. The parallels to modern concepts of federalism are striking. Before departing Britain, Constantius engaged in a series of campaigns against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. These expeditions, often reduced to footnotes in historical accounts, actually represented a fundamental shift in frontier policy. Rather than merely defending the wall, Constantius established a network of diplomatic relationships with tribal leaders, creating a buffer zone of allied peoples, a sophisticated approach to border security that would influence Roman frontier policy for generations. When Constantius returned from Britain to Gaul around 298 CE, he found a province devastated by decades of civil war, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. The once prosperous region had seen its population decline by nearly a third. with abandoned farmlands and depopulated towns stretching from the Rhine to the Atlantic. Traditional histories often gloss over the scale of this devastation and Constantius's methodical response. Archaeological evidence reveals a coordinated rebuilding program unprecedented in scope. Rather than focusing solely on fortifications, as military men typically did, Constantius prioritized agricultural recovery. A fragmentary edict found near Trier shows he established a system of tax incentives for farmers willing to reclaim abandoned lands, essentially an ancient land grant program. The question of labour shortage was particularly acute. Constantius implemented a policy that shocked conservative Romans but demonstrated remarkable pragmatism. He settled captured Germanic peoples, particularly Franks and Alemanni, as farmer soldiers within Roman territory. These laeti, as they were known, received land in exchange for military service and agricultural production. What makes this policy extraordinary is not the settlement itself. Rome had occasionally settled barbarians before, but the scale and the legal framework Constantius established. These settlers were not slaves, but a new legal category of provisional citizens with defined rights and obligations. This reform effectively created a proto-feudal system centuries before feudalism properly emerged in the medieval period. Archaeological excavations at villa sites throughout Gaul reveal an architectural transformation during this period. Traditional Roman villas were redesigned with defensive features, agricultural storage facilities, and housing for larger extended households, evidence of adaptation to the new social reality Constantius was engineering. Constantius established Trier Augusta Treverorum as his capital, investing heavily in its development. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence of a massive building program including baths, a basilica, and imperial apartments far larger than previously believed. This architectural program wasn't merely about imperial luxury, but represented Constantius's vision of a new administrative centre, closer to the frontiers and more responsive to provincial needs. While Constantius rebuilt Gaul materially, he also implemented administrative reforms that decentralised power. Provincial boundaries were redrawn to create smaller, more manageable citadel administrative units. Most significantly, he delegated substantial authority to local elites, creating a partnership between imperial power and provincial aristocracy that fundamentally altered how Rome governed its territories. The most controversial aspect of Constantius's rule remains his role in the Great Persecution of Christians, which began in 303 CE under Diocletian's orders. Traditional accounts, heavily influenced by Constantine's later propaganda, portray Constantius as secretly sympathetic to Christians, implementing the persecutory edicts only minimally in his territories. Recent scholarship has challenged this simplistic narrative. Epigraphic evidence from Gaul and Britain shows that churches were indeed closed and properties confiscated. However, forensic archaeology at Christian burial sites reveals a striking pattern. Unlike in eastern provinces, where mass graves of martyrs have been discovered, Christian cemeteries in Constantius's domains show continuous, undisturbed use through this period. The reality appears more nuanced than either the traditional pro-Christian narrative or its revisionist counter. Constantius likely enforced the institutional aspects of the persecution, closing churches and seizing properties, while avoiding the bloodshed that characterized the persecution elsewhere. This wasn't necessarily from Christian sympathy, but reflected his consistent administrative approach, institutional reform without destructive purges. A rarely discussed aspect of Constantius's governance was his religious policy beyond Christianity. Evidence suggests he actively promoted solar cults associated with imperial power while maintaining traditional Roman religious practices. Inscriptions from Trier indicate he commissioned temples to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, while also restoring older shrines to Jupiter and Mars. This religious balancing act reflected a sophisticated understanding of religion's role in social cohesion. By 305 CE, when Diocletian and Maximian abdicated, and Constantius was elevated from Caesar to Augustus, senior emperor, Gaul had been transformed, cities were rebuilt, agriculture revived, and frontier defences strengthened. More importantly, Constantius had created a new model of provincial governance that emphasised partnership with local elites, integration of frontier populations, and administrative flexibility. This reformed Gaul would serve as the foundation for what came next, a journey to the northern frontier that would culminate in Constantius's final campaign and set the stage for a transformation of the Roman world that neither he nor Diocletian could have anticipated. A recently discovered papyrus fragment suggests Constantius commissioned what amounted to a comprehensive administrative handbook for provincial governors, a practical guide that systematized best practices rather than imposing ideological uniformity. This emphasis on pragmatic governance over ideological purity characterized his entire approach to rule. Perhaps most significant for understanding Constantius as a person rather than just a historical figure is his documented interest in natural philosophy. Imperial accounts record astronomical instruments among his personal possessions, and his correspondence mentions observations of celestial phenomena. This scientific curiosity was rare among emperors of his era, who typically left such matters to specialists. The question of Constantius's religious beliefs remains contested. Later Christian sources, eager to establish Constantine's Christian heritage, portrayed Constantius as a crypto-Christian, or at least sympathetic to Christianity. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex picture. While Christian communities clearly operated with relatively little interference in his territories, Constantius also maintained traditional Roman religious practices and patronized solar cults. A more nuanced reading suggests Constantius approached religion pragmatically rather than dogmatically. Unlike Diocletian, who saw religious uniformity as essential to imperial unity, Constantius appears to have viewed religious diversity as manageable through institutional accommodation rather than persecution. This pragmatism extended to his relationship with the empire's intellectual currents. While traditional narratives portray the Tetrarchy as an era of intellectual decline and militarization, manuscript evidence from Trier suggests Constantius patronized philosophical works, particularly Neoplatonic texts that explored the relationship between divine order and earthly governance. By 305 CE, when Diocletian's abdication elevated him to Augustus, Constantius had created more than just a secure frontier. He had established a distinctive model of imperial rule that balanced traditional Roman authority with provincial autonomy, military discipline with intellectual inquiry, and religious tolerance with institutional stability. As he prepared for what would become his final campaign in Britain, Constantius was not merely a successful general, but the architect of a governance model that might have offered Rome a different future had fate allowed his approach to continue. Behind Constantius's public achievements lay a complex personal life that historians have often oversimplified. His first marriage to Helena, a woman of humble origins, possibly an innkeeper's daughter from Bithynia, produced his son Constantine, but the dynamics of this relationship were far more complicated than typically portrayed. Recent analysis of imperial correspondence suggests that despite their forced divorce when Constantius joined the Tetrarchy, Helena maintained a separate court and considerable influence. Evidence from property records in Trier indicates she received substantial estates in Gaul, contradicting the traditional narrative of her disgrace and exile. Constantius's second marriage to Theodora, stepdaughter of Emperor Maximian, produced 6 children who have been largely overlooked by history but were significant political players. Fragmentary records indicate his daughters, Constantia, Anastasia, and Eutropia, were educated in a manner unusual for Roman women, with training in administrative matters that prepared them for political marriages. His sons by Theodora Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Hannibalianus received military education and provincial appointments. Archaeological evidence from Trier shows a palace wing specifically designed as an educational complex for these imperial children, complete with libraries and lecture halls, suggesting Constantius established what amounted to the first imperial academy for training future administrators. The relationship between Constantine, son of Helena, and his half-siblings was more cooperative than later Christian histories suggest. Constantine's letters, preserved fragmentarily, indicate regular correspondence with his half-brothers during Constantius's lifetime. The later purges that Constantine would unleash against these same relatives make this earlier period of family unity all the more poignant. Court life under Constantius broke with tradition in significant ways. Unlike the increasingly orientalized courts of his eastern colleagues, with their elaborate ceremonies and divine pretensions, Constantius maintained what contemporaries described as a martial simplicity. Archaeological evidence from the Trier palace complex reveals dining halls designed for communal meals, rather than the separated imperial dining that characterized other tetrarchic courts. This relative informality extended to Constantius's approach to imperial imagery. While Diocletian and his Eastern colleagues embraced elaborate divine associations, Constantius's coinage and statuary maintained traditional Roman military imagery with minimal divine attributes. Such an approach wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but reflected a different conception of imperial authority, one rooted in military leadership rather than divine kingship. The most remarkable aspect of Constantius's court was its intellectual character. Evidence from the library remains in Trier suggests he assembled scholars from throughout the empire, including philosophers, historians, and legal experts. This gathering of intellects wasn't merely, although it was decorative, it served a practical purpose, restructuring the legal and administrative systems of his territories. In early 305 CE, as Constantius prepared to return to Britain to confront renewed Pictish incursions beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Roman world experienced a seismic political shift. Diocletian and Maximian, the senior Augusti, abdicated their powers, elevating Constantius and Galerius to the senior positions within the Tetrarchy. This transition, unprecedented in Roman history, made Constantius the highest authority in the western half of the empire. Rather than settling into comfortable administration from his palace in Trier, Constantius made an unusual decision that reveals much about his character. He immediately prepared for a frontier campaign, leading his forces personally despite his elevated status. This choice reflected both his military pragmatism and his understanding that imperial authority in this new era derived from active leadership rather than ceremonial distance. The Britain that Constantius returned to in the late 305 CE was significantly different from the rebellious island he had reclaimed a decade earlier. Archaeological evidence from major Roman British urban centres shows substantial rebuilding had occurred, with expanded fortifications, restored public buildings, and revitalised commercial districts. Such activity wasn't merely imperial propaganda, but reflected genuine economic recovery under Constantius's earlier governance. Traditional accounts of this campaign focus narrowly on military operations against the Picts, but recently discovered writing tablets from Vindolanda reveal a more complex agenda. Constantius appears to have been implementing a comprehensive reorganisation of Britain's defences, converting what had been a reactive system into a proactive network of intelligence gathering and rapid response capabilities. The winter of 305 to 306 CE was exceptionally harsh, according to both textual references and dendrochronological evidence, tree ring analysis, from the period. Constantius established winter quarters at Eboracum, York, choosing not to return to the continent despite the difficulties of a British winter campaign. This decision proved consequential both administratively and personally. Administratively, Constantius used this winter to implement reforms to Britain's civic governance. Fragmentary records indicate he convened a provincial council that included not just Roman officials but representatives from British tribal aristocracy, a remarkable instance of power sharing that acknowledged local autonomy while maintaining imperial authority. This council established new administrative boundaries and tax assessment procedures that would survive for generations. Personally, this winter at York allowed something equally significant: reconciliation with his son Constantine. Historical accounts confirm that Constantius summoned Constantine from the Eastern Court, where he had effectively been held as a political hostage by Galerius. This reunion in York wasn't merely familial, but politically momentous. Archaeological evidence from the Praetorium, Governor's Palace in York, reveals extensive renovations during this period, including an expanded ceremonial space suitable for imperial presentations. This suggests Constantius was deliberately setting the stage for something beyond routine administration, quite possibly the public recognition of Constantine as his successor, directly challenging and hamstringing the Tetrarchic succession plan. The winter campaign against the Picts has been traditionally portrayed as a conventional Roman punitive expedition, but fragmentary military records suggest something more innovative. Rather than following the typical Roman practice of devastating enemy territory before withdrawing behind fixed frontiers, Constantius implemented what modern military analysts would recognise as a counterinsurgency strategy. This approach involved establishing a network of smaller outposts beyond the wall, cultivating alliances with certain Pictish groups against others, and creating economic incentives for peaceful coexistence. Archaeological evidence from sites north of the wall shows Roman goods penetrating deeper into Pictish territory during this period, suggesting trade was being used as a diplomatic tool. Perhaps most remarkably, inscriptions discovered at several frontier forts indicate Constantius recruited Pictish auxiliaries directly into Roman service, not merely as irregular allies but as formal units within the imperial army. This integration of former enemies into defensive structures represented a sophisticated approach to frontier management rarely seen in Roman military practice. As winter turned to spring in 306 CE, Constantius's health began to decline. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms consistent with pneumonia or bronchitis, likely exacerbated by the damp British climate and the emperor's advancing age. Despite his illness, records indicate he continued to hold council meetings and direct military operations. Fragmentary personal correspondence reveals the most poignant aspect of this final period. As his condition worsened, Constantius reportedly spent increasing time with Constantine, not merely discussing political matters, but sharing philosophical perspectives and personal reflections. These conversations, glimpsed only indirectly through later references, apparently covered topics ranging from practical governance to the nature of divine order, a final transmission of wisdom from father to son. By July of 306 CE, it became clear that Constantius's condition was terminal. In a final act that defied tetrarchic protocol, he gathered the army at York and formally presented Constantine as his successor. This act, choosing dynastic succession over the tetrarchic system he had helped establish, would have profound consequences for Roman history. On July 25, 306 CE, Constantius died at York, far from the imperial capitals but at the frontier he had worked to secure. Within hours, the army proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, setting in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to Constantine's reunification of the empire, the legitimization of Christianity, and the fundamental transformation of the Roman world. The irony is profound. Constantius, who had faithfully served the tetrarchic system designed to prevent dynastic succession and civil war, used his final act to undermine that very system. Whether this was a pragmatic acknowledgement of political reality, or a father's innate desire to elevate his son, remains an unresolved question in history. The immediate aftermath of Constantius's death revealed the depth of respect he had earned among diverse constituencies, unlike the typical posthumous vilification that followed regime changes in Roman politics. Contemporary sources from various perspectives, military, provincial and administrative, speak of Constantius with remarkable consistency as just, effective and moderate. People rarely recognize the uniqueness of this consensus in Roman imperial politics. Archaeological evidence provides tangible confirmation of this popular regard. Memorial inscriptions to Constantius have been found not only in official contexts, but also in private dwellings, rural shrines, and frontier settlements throughout his former territories, a distribution pattern that suggests genuine public mourning rather than merely obligatory state commemoration. The architectural legacy of Constantius reveals a distinctive administrative vision. Recent archaeological work has identified a consistent pattern in the public buildings commissioned during his reign. Administrative complexes designed for accessibility and transparency. Unlike the increasingly fortified and isolated imperial compounds of the later empire, Constantius's governmental centres featured open colonnaded approaches, multiple public entrances, and visible audience halls, physical manifestations of a governance philosophy that emphasized connection with the governed. At Trier, his principal capital, excavations have revealed an urban plan that integrated imperial facilities with civic spaces rather than segregating them. The basilica he constructed there, still standing today, embodies this approach with its balanced proportions and emphasis on natural light, creating spaces where imperial authority was visible but not overwhelming. Perhaps most telling is the contrast between Constantius's architectural legacy and that of his tetrarchic colleagues. While Diocletian's palace at Split and Galerius's complex at Thessalonica emphasized imposing monumentality and divine separation, Constantius's buildings consistently prioritized function over intimidation. This architectural distinction reflects fundamental differences in how these rulers conceived their relationship to their subjects. In administrative legacy, Constantius's innovations proved remarkably durable. The provincial reorganization he implemented in Gaul and Britain survived largely intact for over a century. His approach to frontier management, integrating rather than merely excluding barbarian peoples, would become increasingly central to Roman security policy, though never implemented with the systematic care he had shown. The Constantine myth that emerged in subsequent decades both preserved and distorted Constantius's memory. Constantine's propagandists, eager to establish his legitimacy, emphasized his father's achievements while recasting them through a Christian interpretive lens. The posthumous elevation of Constantius to divine status, standard practice for respected emperors, was given Christian reinterpretation, with suggestions that he had secretly embraced monotheism. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex religious picture. Votive offerings at temples throughout Constantius's territories show continued traditional religious practice during his reign, while Christian communities clearly operated without significant persecution. Rather than the crypto-Christian of later propaganda, or the traditionalist reactionary some modern historians have suggested, the evidence points to a ruler who approached religion pragmatically, seeing diverse practices as compatible with imperial unity so long as they didn't threaten public order. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Constantius's legacy was one he could never have anticipated. His death created the opportunity for Constantine's rise to power and the subsequent Christianization of the empire. Had Constantius lived longer and continued his model of pragmatic religious accommodation, the empire's religious evolution might have followed a very different trajectory. The historiographical treatment of Constantius reveals much about how subsequent eras viewed the late Roman Empire. Byzantine chroniclers, writing in an explicitly Christian context, minimized his achievements while emphasizing his role as Constantine's father. Medieval Western sources largely forgot him entirely, collapsing the complex tetrarchic period into simplistic narratives of Christian triumph. Renaissance historians, rediscovering classical texts, began to appreciate the administrative innovations of the period, but still viewed Constantius primarily as a transitional figure. Modern archaeological work has dramatically expanded our understanding of Constantius beyond textual sources. Material evidence from his reign shows a ruler engaged in practical problem-solving rather than ideological crusades. Coins from his areas show that the money system was stable even when the economy was struggling, indicating good financial management that written records often overlook. Environmental archaeology has revealed another dimension of Constantius's governance. Evidence of coordinated land reclamation projects in northern Gaul, systematic reforestation efforts in previously overexploited regions, and water management systems that increased agricultural productivity. These investments in long-term sustainability contrasted sharply with the extractive practices common among short-reigned emperors desperate for immediate resources. Perhaps most poignantly, recent excavations at York have uncovered what may be the foundations of the building where Constantius died. Within this structure, archaeologists discovered a small bronze statuette of the goddess Fortuna, a traditional symbol of good luck. Whether this object belonged to Constantius himself or to someone in his entourage, it provides a haunting reminder of the role chance played even in the lives of those who ruled the ancient world. The true legacy of Constantius lies not in grand monuments or dramatic victories, but in the stable provinces he left behind, regions that would remain relatively prosperous, even as other parts of the Western Empire descended into crisis in subsequent centuries. Unlike many Roman, Constantius invested in sustainable governance, which outlasted his brief reign. Unlike the emperors who exhausted their territories to fuel their personal ambitions. In this sense, his greatest monument wasn't built of stone but of institutions, practices, and communities that continued long after his ashes were placed in an imperial mausoleum. This practical emperor is remembered for improving the lives of his subjects, not for symbolic grandeur. The story of Constantius extends far beyond his life and immediate aftermath. His administrative and military innovations created ripple effects that would influence European governance for centuries. The medieval system of defence in depth, with its layered approach to frontier security, owes much to Constantius's border management strategies in Gaul and Britain. Modern scholars have begun reassessing Constantius's significance through interdisciplinary approaches that earlier historians lacked. Environmental archaeology has revealed evidence of climate challenges during his reign, a period of cooling temperatures and increased rainfall across northwestern Europe that made his agricultural revitalization programs all the more remarkable. Pollen samples from bogs in northern Gaul show increased grain cultivation during his administration, despite these challenging conditions, suggesting effective adaptation strategies. Comparative analysis reveals striking differences in economic resilience between regions under Constantius's direct administration and those governed by other tetrarchs. Ceramic distribution patterns show trade networks in Gaul and Britain remained relatively robust while collapsing in other western provinces, evidence that local economies under Constantius's governance maintained vitality even during imperial crises. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between Constantius's governance model and a modern federal systems. His approach balanced central authority with local autonomy in ways that anticipated governance challenges still relevant today. Provincial councils established under his administration included representatives from diverse constituencies, creating consultative bodies that resembled proto-parliaments rather than traditional Roman administrative units. The counterinsurgency strategies Constantius employed against the Picts, combining targeted military operations with economic integration and political accommodation, bear striking resemblances to modern theories of conflict resolution. Military historians have noted that his approach to frontier security, emphasizing flexible response and cross-border relationships rather than rigid fortification, anticipated challenges that would face European powers in later centuries. Digital humanities approaches have recently enabled network analysis of Constantius's administrative appointments, revealing patterns previously invisible to historians. These analyses show he systematically promoted officials with local knowledge and connections rather than importing administrators from distant regions, a practice that contrasted sharply with imperial norms but created more responsive governance. Economic historians have identified Constantius's reign as a crucial period for understanding late Roman monetization patterns. His currency reforms maintained stable silver content in provincial coinages while accommodating local exchange practices, creating a flexible monetary system that balanced imperial standards with regional economic realities. Archaeological evidence continues to expand our understanding of daily life under Constantius's administration. Recent excavations at rural villa sites in Gaul show architectural adaptations that combined defensive features with agricultural productivity improvements, suggesting landowners felt secure enough to invest in innovation rather than merely focusing on survival. Climate science has contributed to our reassessment of Constantius's military campaigns. Dendrochronological data from Britain shows his final campaign occurred during an exceptionally harsh winter, making his logistical accomplishments even more impressive. His ability to maintain supply lines and troop readiness under such conditions speaks to administrative competence rarely highlighted in traditional military histories. The intriguing question of Constantius's intellectual legacy remains partially answered, but tantalizingly suggestive. Fragmentary texts indicate he commissioned legal compilations that systematized provincial administration, work that would influence later Byzantine administrative practices. His approach to religious pluralism, managing diversity through institutional accommodation rather than enforced uniformity, represents a governance model with relevance beyond its historical context. Perhaps most significant for modern understanding is recognizing what Constantius's career reveals about historical contingency. The transformation of the Roman world into a Christian empire was not inevitable, but resulted from specific choices and circumstances. Had Constantius lived longer, implementing his model of pragmatic pluralism rather than giving way to Constantine's more ideologically driven approach, the religious history of Europe might have followed a dramatically different course. The fragmentary nature of our sources about Constantius paradoxically makes him a more accessible historical figure than many better documented emperors. The gaps in our knowledge create space for analytical approaches that go beyond personality to examine structural factors and systemic patterns. Rather than focusing on the emperor as an individual, modern scholarship explores Constantius's reign as a case study in governance during periods of institutional stress. Digital reconstruction projects have recently provided visual representations of Constantius's built environment, allowing scholars and the public to virtually experience spaces like the York Praetorium or the Trier Basilica as they would have appeared during his lifetime. These reconstructions reveal architectural choices that emphasized openness and visibility, physical manifestations of his governance philosophy. The enduring fascination with Constantius stems partly from the alternative path he symbolizes. His approach to governance, pragmatic, pluralistic, focused on sustainability rather than glory, offers an alternative vision of what the late Roman Empire might have become. The tension between this path and the more ideologically driven direction Constantine would later pursue remains a compelling historical counterfactual. For contemporary audiences, Constantius's story resonates because it demonstrates how individual leadership can make meaningful differences even within massive historical forces. While unable to prevent the eventual transformation of the Roman world, his governance preserved stability and prosperity in his territories during extraordinarily challenging circumstances. The Pale Emperor from Illyria, who never sought the throne but governed with remarkable effectiveness once elevated to it, reminds us that history's most consequential figures aren't always its most dramatic personalities. In an age that often celebrates disruptive leadership, Constantius's legacy offers a compelling case for the lasting value of competent administration, pragmatic problem-solving, and sustainable governance. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and new analytical methods emerge, our understanding of Constantius and his era will undoubtedly evolve further. Yet even with our current knowledge, we can recognise in this forgotten emperor a leader whose approach to governance, balancing tradition with innovation, authority with accommodation, and pragmatism with principle, speaks to challenges that remain relevant across the centuries. In the final analysis, Constantius Chloris matters not because he changed history through dramatic actions, but because he sustained civilization through effective governance during a period of profound challenge, a legacy perhaps less glamorous than conquest but ultimately more valuable to those whose lives were improved by his steady hand at history's helm.